Replenish it, but it never goes empty.
People got tired of it early on. They went in years ago.
You know when you're on.
Call to order the June 8th meeting of the Cary Town Council. And at this time, I'll recognize Councilmember George for our ceremonial opening.
Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to adopt the agenda. I would entertain a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to recognitions, reports, and presentations. And at this time, I'll recognize our town manager, Mr. Stiegel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to remind everyone who lives, works, or travels near the intersection of Cary Parkway and High House Road that we'll be hosting an open house at the Senior Center this Tuesday night about our project to improve the intersection. Drop in any time between 5 and 8 p.m. to learn what the plans are and what to expect during and after construction this fall. Also, we are pleased to announce that our 2016 annual water quality report is now available on our website and covers all drinking water testing performed in 2016. The town is committed to providing drinking water that surpasses all state and federal standards. We are proud to report that your water remains safe and of high quality. This analysis also resulted in the Cary Apex Water Treatment Facility being recognized as an award facility by the Partnership for Safe Water for 13 consecutive years.
Wow. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Stiegel. We now move to the public speaks out portion of our meeting. We've included instructions for speaking at Public Speaks Out on the printed agenda. And if you would like to speak, I would ask that you sit in the rows that are marked to my right as reserved. Public Speaks Out speakers have 3 minutes for their comments, and you may speak on any topic that you would like, unless it's a public hearing topic, and that works to your benefit because you get more time to speak at the public hearing. 3-minute time limit will be enforced, and there's a light on the podium that'll help you with the time limit. When the green light turns yellow, that means you have 30 seconds remaining, and when the yellow light turns to a flashing red light, at that moment I will immediately interrupt you, not trying to be rude, but to be fair to all of our speakers. There's a 1-hour time limit on Public Speaks Out, and I thank everyone in the audience for understanding that this is a business meeting. Please do not applaud, make remarks from your seats, or anything else that may distract from this meeting. So at this time, I'll open Public Speaks Out and recognize our first speaker.
Good evening. I'm Michael Walsh, 107 Orion Court, Cary. Mayor Weinbrecht and members of the council, I am one of a large group of frustrated pickleball players tonight here wearing red and now standing who feel that your support is badly needed. For 7 years, we have been trying to get more outdoor pickleball courts here in Cary. Tonight, we are presenting a petition signed by over 110 players asking for your involvement and action. The petition reads as follows. We, the undersigned, wish to have this petition raise the awareness level of the Cary Town Council with regards to what we believe is a missed opportunity. Back in 2010, Cary took a leadership step in becoming the first municipality in the Triangle to offer public play pickleball. Startup was slow at first due to the lack of awareness of the game. However, it quickly ignited, mirroring what was happening all across the country. However, that initial advantage has been lost. Unfortunately, Cary is now lagging not only in facilities, but more important, in future facilities planning. Raleigh, Chapel Hill, Holly Springs, Apex offer examples of neighboring communities who are more fully supporting pickleball, which is universally acknowledged as the fastest growing sport in America, with projections of over 6 million people playing by 2018. Fostered by Cary, the number of players in the Triangle is now estimated at over 1,500. More specifically, we would like to call attention to the fact that although over 8,000 hours of indoor pickleball playing time have been logged in Cary so far this year, when the school sessions are on summer break and the indoor playing time is reduced due to track-out programs, there are only 2 outdoor public pickleball courts in Cary to serve this large demand. It's true that there is a converted 3-court slab at White Oak Park. However, this is not but a subpar place to play pickleball, and in no way compares to the first-class tennis courts added by Cary over the last few years. In fact, many of the current players have expressed concerns about detrimental damage to knees and hips from playing on the rough, unforgiving concrete surface. Therefore, we respectfully ask that you take the necessary actions now in 2017 to assure that Cary will provide the multiple required outdoor pickleball courts to match these growing needs. A good start would be to upgrade the White Oak Park slab and make it into real pickleball courts.
Mr. Walsh.
We would be happy to work with you on this.
Thank you. Your time has expired. If you have additional comments, we'd love to read them and hear them. You can leave them with the town clerk, and she'll make sure we get a copy.
The only thing I was going to do is say thank you.
Okay, thank you. It works.
There's a petition I'm leaving with you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Gluck. I'd just like to first say I agree with everything that Mike just said and add that of all the areas, we're the only ones from Apex, Holly Springs, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill who don't have lighted courts. We have no place to play at night here. We always have to leave the town. And the upgraded courts at White Oak, plus the courts by Maynard and High House, where there are tennis courts, where we could take some of those and convert them into 2 of the courts, convert them into about 6 pickleball courts. There are lights there, plus upgrade the courts at White Oak, which are slanted, no lighting. It means we'll keep the people here in Cary. We started something very good, but unfortunately we totally stopped. And we have at least 40 new players coming into the sport every month minimum. Me and some friends went the other day to play at White Oak. Not only were all the courts filled, they were overflowing. We couldn't even get to play over there. So we do need the additional courts here. Just want to restate again what he said and add that we do need lighted courts for night play, especially you can't play during the day now when it gets hot. During the summer, we do not have hardly any place to play because the kids are out of school between the track out times and the summer vacation, which I understand would take for the kids. They need a place to go, but we'd like a place to go to play. We're kids at heart also, so we'd like to be playing also and keep in shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jim Mason. I'm the president of the Friends of Hemlock Bluffs. With me is Laura White, who is the secretary of the Friends. Town council members, mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Friends of Hemlock Bluffs to thank the town of Cary for funding the upcoming hemlock research at Hemlock Bluffs Nature Preserve. The research, to be conducted by NC State's CAMCOR program, will control and monitor for hemlock woolly adelgids, investigate the overall health of the hemlocks at the preserve, and gather and store off-site genetic material from the preserve's hemlock population. Hemlock Bluffs is a valuable natural resource in Cary, and the hemlocks are the cornerstone of the preserve. By funding this research, the town is ensuring that the hemlocks will be protected for generations to come, and the reserve will remain a cherished destination for the citizens of Cary and Wake County and beyond. Thank you for your continued support of the preserve, and again, thank you for funding this valuable research project.
The Friends of Hemlock Bluffs is the 501c3 nonprofit support organization for Hemlock Bluffs Nature Preserve. We partner with the town of Cary to work out fundraising for projects and conservation efforts at Hemlock Bluffs. And we work with the town of Cary to create wonderful projects at Hemlock Bluffs, like our most recent project, the Children's Nature Trail. We fundraise, and we grant seek for Hemlock Bluffs. We wanted you to know that there's upcoming projects and current projects that you can learn more about by going to www.hemlockbluffs.org to learn more about the Friends of Hemlock Bluffs. And we wanted to take this time to thank you for supporting Hemlock Bluffs and the Friends of Hemlock Bluffs. Thank you for what you do for Hemlock Bluffs.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Town Council and Mayor. My name is Janet Couture. I live at 113 Urban Drive. I'm here to talk about an issue.
Are you here to talk about Urban Drive?
I am, but it's a separate issue from the zoning,
Okay.
rezoning issue.
Just
Okay.
want to make sure.
Yeah. That's the reason I wanted to speak,
Okay.
because from what I understand, we can only talk about that rezoning
That's correct.
issue.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so this is an issue that is part of that, but it's not mentioned in the petition. There is a rumor, from my understanding, that a 4-story condo building is going to be built on the corner of Urban Drive and Chatham Street. This is in our neighborhood. My grandfather's house is where my husband and I now live, and have been renovating it and putting a lot of money into our home over the past 17 years. Recently sold a house next door that we purchased to try to protect our neighborhood until at a time we had a buyer that we knew was as interested in renovating and taking care of our older neighborhood as we were. We found out that a 4-story condo building, an L-shaped in tandem, 2 lots in tandem, will run along Chatham, and then the long side will come down Urban. The exit from those condos are planned to come out right in front of my neighbor's driveway. We're already having trouble with traffic and speeding. We love our neighborhood. It's a neighborhood of oaks and dogwoods. It's beautiful. There is a hickory nut tree on one of those lots that's probably close to 200 years old. My grandfather's home was built in 1946. It's not on the historic register in Cary because I was never approached about it. I feel that our neighborhood is under siege. I feel like we've been ambushed. It goes along with the fact that with the rezoning petition that's about the home across the street, which it has to be brought, you have to mention it, because the same attorney and the same developer's doing both. Hopefully that will not be approved, because if it does, our neighborhood will be ruined, in my opinion. I know it goes along with your vision for Cary. I understand that. That's why I still live in Old Cary, and I do love where I live. That's why we stayed here, and this is our retirement home. This is what we have to retire on. And I'm nervous about the value of my property and those around me, but also the quality of life. So I please ask you to consider this. It will be before the zoning.
Sorry to interrupt you, but your time is
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey there. I'm Donna Clark, and I live at 111 Urban Drive, and I'm not going to speak about the rezoning thing, but I am going to speak about the petition that we have secured throughout our community for speeding and how dangerous it is. We went around the neighborhood and had a petition signed. Neighbors have come together to request the Town Board of Cary to approve and to implement immediate permanent measures to improve safety and eliminate speeding on Urban Drive, East Park, Webster, Waldo, Clay Streets, and Iron Gate subdivision. We live on these streets, and speeding and running stop signs has become an everyday occurrence. We need action. Cary Police tried and shown presence as resources allowed, but it is not enough and has not stopped the speeding. Take action now before there is a fatality. There have been a few wrecks there. Cars not only speed and run stop signs, they do not stop for homeowners backing out of driveways or slow down for people and children on the streets. We need your help to protect our neighborhood. We, the undersigned, are concerned citizens who urge our town of Cary leaders to act now and stop speeding on our streets. This is our petition, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Town Council. So often, first of all, my name is Robert Campbell, and for full disclosure, I'm also your chair of your Information Services Advisory Board. I'm also a downtown resident, and I think too many times what you hear from citizens when we come here before you is you hear the worst stories of the downtown. But I wanted to come tonight to say thank you. Thank you for the vision that you've had on downtown and the implementation we've seen to date. When I walk by the downtown fountain and see people playing foosball and ping pong on a nice evening like this, when I can walk, literally walk door to door from my house to this podium in 16 minutes, these are all the reasons why I moved to downtown. And I enjoy the fruits of your labors and support the vision that you have brought to the table. The implementation so far has been phenomenal. In fact, when I leave here, I plan to walk to Bond Brothers Brewery and celebrate with a beer.
I'll join you.
So I just wanted to bring it to your attention that, yes, do we have problems? Sure we do. Can we implement things better? Absolutely. Can we have a discussion about it? Absolutely. But I wanted to let you know that what's happening now, what I see when I walk down the street, when I look at the houses and my neighbors and the people that I see on the street, I see tremendous success. And I just wanted to reiterate that to you because I think too many times, again, you hear the unfortunate side effects of some of the bad actors. Not the town council's fault, but, developers are suspects in my book. But that's just how that goes, right? But still, I wanted to lend my support, my voice, and let you know that I own not one but two properties now in downtown Cary. My son lives literally across the street from the Amtrak station. So we have all of our family in downtown now, and we really appreciate it. So I just wanted to reiterate that to you and let you know that your efforts are supported and applauded, and I hope to see you out and about in downtown Cary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is David Sardina. I've been a resident in Cary for 31 years. Been living downtown for about 15 years. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the growth that's been going on in Cary. In large part, I agree with the previous speaker. I think what has been done so far in downtown has been good for downtown and good for Cary. And I applaud the designs and all the different buildings that have been going up and the way they've been going up and the management that the town of Cary has been doing to manage that growth. For so many years, it took a lot of years and a lot of meetings and a lot of money to get the pendulum swinging towards improving downtown. And it's good to see that that pendulum is swinging. But my concern is that it may be time to start swinging back the other way. I recently became more aware of some of the plans going on through Chatham Street and the number of high-story buildings that may be going in on Chatham Street from the two, between the two roundabouts that we have there. When I read the town plan, the thing that stuck out to me for downtown at the time that it was being discussed was that they didn't want to have what was called the canyon effect. A bunch of tall buildings going down Chatham creating a canyon effect. With the 4-story condo that's going on Urban, I worry that that's going to continue down there. I live on Waldo Street, which is 1 block off of Urban Drive. And I'm concerned there'll be tall buildings looking down on the properties on Waldo, really changing the lifestyle that we have down there. And as Janet said earlier, it's a nice residential neighborhood. A lot of us have invested money to make it nice and renovate it. I think a good compromise would be, is if possible, to consider having the taller buildings on the north side of Chatham Street, where it only backs up to the railroad tracks and other commercial properties. And that you respectfully consider stepping down as you move into single-story residences on how you approve plans that come forward, and create natural buffer zones or other kind of zones so that the people who live in Cary and have been living downtown for so many years don't suddenly wake up one day and their entire life has changed in terms of their way of living. So again, I applaud the work you've done so far. I respectfully hope that you consider these comments in the work you go on in the future.
And my name is Julie Cox.
Julie, could you move to the right, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I own a property at 341 Webster Street, and the property is at the corner of Webster Street and Urban Drive. I'm one of the co-founders of Downtown Turnaround, so I've worked with a lot of you on a lot of different things that we've tried to bring to fruition downtown. Like David said, and also Janet Couture said, we've been very excited about the things that are happening downtown, but there are characteristics in our neighborhood that are very important to us. The speeding, as Janet mentioned, is very important. It's something that I know that the town of Cary and the police department are actively trying to work on, but it is something that we are extremely concerned about as we continue to move forward with development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? I'll close Public Speaks Out before I move the consent agenda. I know the answer to this, but I just want to be clear. Mr. Stiegel, we're going to be working on the Urban Drive speeding, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Want to make sure. And for those that haven't, and I heard some of the speakers talk about the plan. If you haven't read the community plan, please do. And I emphasize the word community. Council didn't create this plan. The community created the plan, and council reviewed it and approved it. But it was a community plan with 2 to 3 years of community input. So please look at that plan, and we're welcome to hear input, feedback, anything on the plan at any time. Contact the town manager, and staff can bring us proposals and thoughts and changes. That plan is a living document, and it can change. Let's see. All right. We now move to the consent agenda. Please keep in mind that all the items on the consent agenda can be approved with one vote. And for the people watching this meeting on TV, on the consent agenda is minutes and fee credit and reimbursement agreement template. So I would ask council members if they'd like either of these 2 items pulled for discussion, and if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to public hearings. Same rules apply for public hearings that apply for Public Speaks Out, with one exception. Instead of 3 minutes for your comments, you now have 5 minutes for your comments. Our first public hearing is the fiscal year 18 budget, which was presented by the town manager on May 11th, and is available at the town's website, the clerk's office in Town Hall, and the public libraries on Academy Street and Lewis Stevens Road. Tonight's public hearing on the budget is the second opportunity that residents will have to publicly comment on the recommended budget. Council is considering to adopt the budget at our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is on June the 22nd. So now's the time for the budget public hearing, and I would invite our first speaker to approach the podium.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathaniel Green. I've been a resident of Cary for about 3 years now. I wanted to say a few things about the proposed fiscal year 2018 budget. First of all, thank you. I'm very excited for a lot of the projects that are planned. Specifically, I and the rest of the Northwestern Cary community, especially the Cameron Pond neighborhood, want to thank you for putting Cameron Pond Park back in our planned budget. We are very excited for the potential that that park, as well as Morris Branch Park in our area, can do for our community and serving our families. Second, reading over the budget, I got very excited about not just what's going on in the part of Cary where I live, but what's going on all throughout Cary. I think it's really neat to see how we're really investing in all parts of our town, both building new things as well as investing in infrastructure. The hardest part for me to read was the not programmed list and seeing how many projects that there were on that not programmed list. These projects, to me, represent ways to serve our community if there was money available for those efforts. I know it's a very difficult decision, not only for you, but our staff, to determine which programs get programmed and which programs do not. You do actively seek public input to help understand what the priority of our citizens are, and it's this input process that I'd like to bring to your attention tonight. I was very excited to see, when I initially pulled up the public comments, that the comments on this year's budget more than tripled from 91 comments last year to 312. This year's report appears to differ from last year's, though, in that these comments generally were summarized rather than reported word for word with an individual staff response to each comment. I take it the reason is probably because there were so many. Reading through the report, I did see a few comments, particularly those submitted via social media, that simply read, mobility, streets, or another one that read, more lights. I can't imagine that these are particularly that helpful for our town in really trying to figure out how we want to continue to plan. So while I'm a big fan of social media and a big fan of using social media to encourage people to give feedback to our town, I'm wondering if we can do so in a more meaningful way, and I wonder if there's an opportunity there. My particular suggestion would be to use social media to send a link to an online form that not only has a place to give feedback, but maybe gives us the opportunity to ask citizens some key questions when submitting feedback. For example, would you be willing to see your taxes increase, to see your change or your project put forth? Would you be willing to support a bond referendum if it meant that the thing that you're proposing were to come through? I think that would not only provide interesting data for us as a town, but it would also help link in citizens' minds that when they do ask for something, that they may be asked to help pay for it. So the solution I propose, it doesn't have to be an exact copy, but I wonder, again, if it might serve as a template or at least represent a different way that we can continue to get feedback. And I know our budget process may be changing in the coming year, but again, I just wanted to bring this issue to your attention because I think there is an opportunity that we can engage people and to link whenever someone requests something that again, they may be asked to pay for it. So I think that the way I see it, there are a number of projects, a number of greenway projects, a number of transportation projects throughout our town, a number of infrastructure projects that to me, it feels like there's too much on our not programmed list. And as a town, as a community, I'd be willing to pay higher taxes if it meant that we could move some more of those not programmed projects to our programmed list, if it meant that we could improve our infrastructure, if it meant that we could serve more of our towns and our peoples in that way. Particularly also with bond referendums. I leave it up to you to determine the best method of doing that, but I at least wanted to offer that feedback. I know that raising taxes and or introducing bonds can be fraught with challenges and not always very well received, but I think when people understand and actually see what this money is going for and the good that it could do for our communities, I think ultimately it would be a very positive impact on our community. So thank you for your time, and again, thank you for not only your time tonight, but the time that you continue to put in serving our community.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Dr. Richard Carroll, 1310 Hampton Valley Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm here on behalf of the trees and all that lives in and under them in the town of Cary. I've retired to Cary after 35 years with the World Wildlife Fund, focusing on conservation in Africa. In this career in conservation, I've learned that not only are all politics local, but also all conservation is local. Since retiring from WWF, I've turned my focus to our own backyard in Cary and North Carolina. Since moving to Cary several years ago, I've served as a block leader for Stony Brook Estates, become active in the Stony Brook Garden Club, lead volunteer for Stony Brook and the Cary Green Neighborhood Project. But I'm here tonight to speak in support of our group, Keep the Canopy, which grew out of the Stony Brook Garden Club. So what do we want? We want to conserve some of the remaining fragments of intact natural areas in Cary and create a string of pearls to connect with our wonderful parks and greenways. We want the town of Cary to do an analysis of the remaining natural open spaces, those patches that give us the greenscape that we all moved to Cary to enjoy. We would like an analysis to find the remaining semi-natural areas in the 9,000 some odd acres of undeveloped land in Cary. We want to be able to visualize and plan a contiguous network of natural areas that connects, complements, and enhances our fine parks and greenways. Why? The why is clearly articulated in the 2001 Open Spaces Plan, which calls for an interconnected system of open space, a green infrastructure for the town, a natural support system, a strategically planned and managed network of natural areas, parks, greenways, conservation easement with conservation value that supports native species, maintains ecological processes, sustains air and water resources, and contributes to the health and quality of life in our community. We've done very well on parks and recreation areas, but natural areas have been ignored. Parks and recreation areas are vitally important, but they have absorbed most of the funds for open space acquisition. Perhaps a few dollars could be diverted for the staff time to undertake the natural areas assessment. The citizens of Cary have asked for this. 34 of the 290 comments submitted for Imagine Cary, 12%, indicated support for natural areas. The citizen survey conducted for the 2011 Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan indicated that 91% of respondents said that the town parks ranked as very important, 89% for greenways and trails, and 83% for town open spaces and natural areas. Again, open natural spaces have been ignored despite being the third highest category noted as very important in the town's own survey. I've searched in vain in the minutes of the 28 January 17 Town Council annual retreat held in preparation for this budget. None of the aforementioned citizen priorities were mentioned in the express priorities of any town council member as reported in section 3 of the minutes. No town council member listed Cary's natural environment as a priority, even though I really believe you think it is. This is a request for a small budget for planning natural open spaces. An tree canopy assessment commissioned by the town of Cary, conducted in July 2016 by the Bartlett Inventory Solutions team, concluded that the total canopy for the town of Cary is 46% and provides over $3,969,652.64 in annual benefits through environmental services and $79,351,082.48 in carbon storage. These benefits will accrue over time through continued urban forest monitoring and management. Trees pay a lot of taxes. So reading the budget, nowhere are these natural capital assets accounted for that I could see. Nowhere was there an articulation of the value of trees in natural areas for flood control, water retention, pollution mitigation, carbon sequestration, temperature moderation, wildlife habitat, and aesthetic values. No responsible entity can prepare a budget without these values included and the cost to the town if those natural assets are removed. So clearly, if true cost accounting using the numbers that the town of Cary paid for was used in preparing the budget, certainly the value of the retaining Cary's tree canopy
I have to interrupt you. Your
Yes.
time has expired.
Okay.
If you have additional comments you would like for us to see, please leave them with the town clerk, and she'll make sure we get a copy of them.
Here.
Thank you, Dr. Garrett. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Council, I'm Justin Booth here on behalf of the Caring Place. I serve as Vice President of a nonprofit organization. Caring Place's mission is simple. We teach homeless working families with children life skills needed for attaining independent living while providing them with short-term housing. Over the past 24 years, in partnership with the town of Cary, we have strived, and we continue to do so today. Currently, we own 9 units and service families throughout 16-week programs throughout the year. In the past, we have had your continued support, and really here today, I'm just here to say thank you. And as we continue to grow, continue to see more volunteer hours and more needs in our program, we rely on you for support and appreciate it and look forward to working together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for the budget public hearing?
Andrea Hill and with Keener Street, and I just wanted to kind of comment on the gentleman before with the Wildlife Fund, and I would just want to second everything he said. I think that is extremely important. I hope you will take that into consideration and hopefully act on it, and thank you very much. I think also, in particular in downtown, I think you really need to think about the canopy here because all the trees downtown are old, and you're going to lose a lot of canopy. So I think it would be great if you could start planning some more and being prepared for that. And also, I'm a little bit upset about the champion tree policy because I think sometimes the developers just go in and cut and take the fine. I think you should do more about enforcing that. So, and I just wanted to mention that as well. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Anyone else to speak at the budget public hearing? Seeing no one, will close the budget public hearing, and I'd like to comment before I open it up to my colleagues, especially on the trees and the conservation. We had a big discussion on this. Days are running together. Tuesday? Tuesday. So there's some important things to know. In the past, we had some funds coming from the utility bill to be used for open space. Since that time, legislation has changed, and it's very specific about what you can use utility funds for and how you can take money to and from, I'm looking at the attorney now, to and from the general fund to purchase open space. So you have to be very careful with that. So what we did in 2001, we can't do today. What we did ask staff to do is come back with information, and I'm going to segue that into something else. In the past, we'd have these budget public hearings, and you ask for things to get in the budget. And if they didn't get in the budget, you wait an entire year and try again. Well, now we're going to quarterly reviews of the budget, and there's money set aside to make changes as things become more important and less important. So that's a good thing. So when you're talking about, for example, trees and studying them, or open space and funding the purchase of open space, while we might not get it on our July 1st approval of the budget, it may happen as we do these quarterly reviews. So that's a possibility, and the urgency is a little bit different than it has been in the past. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to say. Oh, and one of the things we're going to get from staff is different options and thoughts about what open space is. Open space is different to different people. Some people think of open space, they think of parks and greenways. And some people think of open space as just that. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. Don't use it for anything. That's open space. So staff is going to come back with information about everybody's thoughts about open space. And we're going to have another discussion about that. So please know that the group that's very involved with the open space, tree canopies, it's not being ignored. We're actually working on it and discussing it a lot, and staff is researching that. So those are my comments. And the last lady that spoke about champion trees not being enforced, if that's true, I want to know about it, Because, yeah, I didn't know that happened. Town manager's saying.
We'll follow up.
We'll follow up. So if that's happening, we're going to take care of that. We enforce all of our ordinances, so if that's happening, we're going to take care of it. Other comments?
I would just add regarding the comments downtown regarding the trees being taken down. We are seeing in a lot of the neighborhoods where folks are buying a lot or two that had one single family home on it, and they're knocking it down, subdividing it into 2, 3, 4 lots and building new homes. And in that process, they are cutting down trees. Unfortunately, our tree ordinance is not enforceable in that situation, as that's what's called an exempt subdivision. And we've dealt with that in the past on some other issues before us. So while I think we would love for our ordinances to apply to champion trees on single-family lots on private property, the state legislature has tied our hands on that. So I would encourage those folks that feel very strongly and passionately about that to not just talk to us about it, to contact your state legislatures, your county commissioners, and others as well. Because the town we're only allowed to do what the state allows us to do, no more, no less. So while I think we would all love to better protect our champion trees in town, we're going to need help from the state in that regard.
Good points. Other comments?
I'm going to bring Ed in a little bit on this, but I think we need to realize that the reason we've got champion trees isn't because they were always champion trees. They started out seedlings at some point, and they just didn't get cut down through the years when they weren't even qualified as champion trees. But we don't have anything that's on the town up and down Academy Street that I know of that was here 150 years ago. I don't think anything that's old. I think it was just over 100. So I don't think anything around when Cary was founded. So things have been planted. And I think that's the encouraging thing. And I think with the Arbor Day things, and Ed and I've talked about, if you chime in, but we don't need to just protect champions because they're going to die because they're getting older and bigger. But we've got to be actively planting and encouraging our citizens to plant.
Yeah. No, totally agree, Ken. You're right. And Don is really correct, too, with that exempt subdivision situation that we have no control over some of those things. So, no, trees we're hearing more and more about them and how important they are. That's because there's less and less of them to talk about. So I was very encouraged Tuesday night, actually, by the staff presentation on open space, that we are doing a study and an analysis on this. Yes, it's unfortunate that it hasn't been done before, and unfortunate that we don't have millions of dollars in this budget, perhaps, to save trees. and that would satisfy everyone, I guess, and would be a better thing. But we are looking at it, and we will review it in 3 months, and then in 6 months, and we'll see what we have to do. So I think there's a lot of will on this council to do something about it.
Well, I think it's important for our citizens to know that you can save trees by buying the land and not developing it. And we have done quite a bit of that. When we did that bond referendum several years ago, and I apologize, I don't know the year anymore, we bought many parcels. We did a land banking, and that land banking just wasn't for land to be developed. There are sites, for example, I believe at the corner of Maynard and High House is one of those little parcels that we acquired, and that's where the Greenway comes up from Bond Park now. So majority of it is preserved. But the other way that we preserve trees in our community is through ordinances that protect trees and encourage tree planting. And it is a concern of mine that the state legislature does not value those ordinances the same way that we do and our citizens do. And it's important for us to have our citizens vocalizing their interest in having trees and having land protected. For example, our stream buffers and other ordinances like that. So I think the citizens of Cary have 7 council members here that all love trees. I mean, I know I have a file that's from citizens who love trees, and it's called I Love the Trees, because so many people send me emails that say, I love the trees, and don't do this, and whatever. So you have great support here from the council, but we've got to be able to send that message up to the state and have them understand how much we value the practices and policies that we've put into place to protect and encourage trees.
Very good.
And especially don't take away the ones we've already got.
Yeah.
Really.
I think since so much of the focus tonight on the public hearing was around the preservation and all the things, I mean, I think the message you should hear is a lot is going on, probably more than you're even asking for. And to stay focused on a tactic we have to count versus looking at it holistically. What are we doing in aggregate? That was the essence of the conversation the other night, is how much we're really doing, and to spend money to take an inventory of land that's going to be developed. We kind of know that. So let's look at it holistically, and let's look at it that we're investing wisely, and we are unified. We're on the same team, folks. We are protecting the environment. So, you know, maybe get a spokesperson, work with the right person with our staff, and just get up to date so that you have a comfort level that those concerns that you have are being addressed. They may not be, at this moment, addressed exactly how you have on your little checklist, but it's being addressed. And we have a common bond in wanting to protect that canopy where we can.
And one thing I would add to that is we did the tree preservation task force probably about 10 years ago now. I don't remember how long it's been. And that from that task force of citizens and stakeholders such as developers, we generated new ordinances to encourage tree development. And, you know, it's like, hey, how many trees do you put in a parking lot? You know, how many medians do you put inside a parking lot? How quickly do you require a developer to replant when he takes down trees? And those are some of the examples of things that came out of that task force. Anytime you go through an exercise like that and you've lived with those ordinances for a while, it's good to revisit them and say, is this still the best practice? Are there better practices that we can add to it? So maybe something that comes out of this is a review of those ordinances. And
absolutely. Next generation, I agree.
Next generation, and also just to give some light to what those are so that our citizens are aware that, you know, when somebody goes and builds a grocery store, it's not by happenstance that we get so many young trees planted. It's by design.
So since you mentioned that, I think it's great because the Environmental Advisory Board has been looking at some of their work plan. And so that's a perfect thing for me to take to the EAB meeting next week.
Great.
Yeah. And for them to look at that as they look at some of the other things that have been mentioned. So they do have their work plan for this year. This is a perfect one to add. And they're actually looking not only at that, but they're looking at, and I'm glad that one of the citizens brought it up, how do we do a better job at getting the word out to developers to help keep the trees that we have healthy? Because we've heard a lot of complaints from citizens that some of the developers who installed trees are not taking care of them the way they should. They're not mulching them properly, et cetera. So there's some opportunities for us to leverage the subject matter experts we already have.
Yeah.
Right, and have them bring forward a recommendation. So I'll put that down.
And I would ask that the Environmental Advisory Board look at the idea of maybe putting out some kind of guide to citizens for tree maintenance, because I know, like, people who move to this area and they're not familiar with crepe myrtles, the tendency is to
Crepe murder
them, which is to, like, you know, we call it also hat racking, where you cut them off at a certain point, but they're not. That tree's not intended that way. So sometimes it's just helpful to know what kind of trees should be planted in an area, and then once they're planted, how to take care of them correctly. So that too would help our tree canopy if people had some good practices on tree maintenance.
And I'm sure some of those boards have openings, and it's when we are accepting applications.
I'm so glad you brought that up. We do have some
Good plug,
positions.
Jack.
So if you're out there in the audience, you want to be part of
Want to get involved?
the EAB, great idea. Jack.
An application.
Let me add one. I know Dr. Carroll referenced the minutes about what our priorities were going over from our retreat, but I do remember us covering quite a bit about medians and trees and tree-lined medians. So, I mean, we're very interested in that, and I think it was an important part. And we even voted to get rid of concrete on 6 feet and wider, right? And to put grass, and there are going to be bushes and stuff, and plants. So it was part of our retreat to talk about improving our trees and flora.
Very good. Thank you, Ken. So this will be taken in by staff. I'm sure they were noting a lot of things that were said, and as well as we were. And we will be adopting our budget. Is scheduled to be adopted on June the 22nd. So all the input we've received will culminate in one night, hopefully on June 22nd. And if it doesn't make it, like I said, then it's possible we'll do a review and get it in the next round. Mr. Stiegler?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to mention that there's been some discussion tonight about having the quarterly discussions on our operating position, which includes our budget and our finances holistically. And it's also another opportunity for us to educate our citizens at an even higher level as we go forward year in, year out. The more they understand our budget, the more it puts into context, whether it's pickleball or it's open space. And it also allows them to be in a position to decide what level of investment they want. Because what I find very heartening is that when people come and we interact with them about things in the budget they'd like to see more of or aren't there, it's a sign of confidence in the town of Cary that if they were to invest or if we were to enter or expand these programs, that it would be done well. And, that's pretty unique in my experience. I haven't heard a lot of the town of Cary should stay away from that. And so there's confidence in the town of Cary that's been earned over a period of decades, and an understanding of that is good. Now, just lining up more of the priorities versus what we're spending money on, what we could potentially spend money on. But there doesn't seem to be any question about the fact whether the town would do it well or not. And I think that may be taken for granted, and it shouldn't be.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to our second public hearing this evening. It's for rezoning 17 REZ 12 Silverton PDD Amendment, Parcel H North. Ms. Dry will introduce the item. Council will not take action on this item tonight, but instead we're going to refer it to our Planning and Zoning Advisory Board. They're going to make a recommendation, and it will return to Council at a future meeting for a decision. Ms. Dry.
Good evening, Council. For your consideration is a request to amend a portion of the Silverton Plan Development District. The rezoning application is for 5.88 acres at an unaddressed properties accessed off of Geyer Court. The site is highlighted here in yellow. It is near the intersection of Northwest Cary Parkway, which is located here, and Evans Road. It has road frontage along Northwest Cary Parkway. However, it's currently accessed off of this cul-de-sac here, which is Geyer Court. The site is currently vacant. It is mostly wooded. It's located north of sites which are developed for office and daycare uses. The office uses are located right here, and there's a daycare located here, both facing Evans Road. This map indicates the current zoning for the lots in the area. Most of the area is part of the Silverton Plan Development District, which was established in 1987 through a rezoning. This Plan Development District includes much of the area which is shown here in purple. The site, which is requesting to amend the portion of the PDD, is part of what's called Parcel H of the Silverton Plan Development District, and it's designated for office and institutional uses. The map of the Silverton Plan Development District shows each of the individual parcels which were designated for certain uses at the time of approval. Again, the subject site is located here. It is the northern portion of Parcel H. The properties to the south, which are currently developed with office uses, got some office uses located right here at the intersection of Cary Parkway and Evans Road. Then there's the daycare use right further south off of Geyer and Evans Road. These properties, again, are also part of our Parcel H and are currently used for office and institutional uses. The applicant is proposing to redesignate the northern portion of Parcel H from office and institutional to allow for townhomes. With this proposal, the applicant is proposing the following changes to Parcel H. First, to designate these for townhomes, to limit the density to a maximum of 7 units per acre, to increase the community gathering space to 1,500 square feet. The ordinance requirement is 1,200 square feet. Further, they're proposing that there's a setback for community gathering spaces, mailbox kiosk, off-street parking. They're proposing that each of those be located at least 100 feet from property line A. The applicant has submitted a zoning conditions exhibit. They've identified property line A as a property line which is adjacent to the Windbrook neighborhood, which is just to the north. Further conditions include proposing to extend a sidewalk from Geyer Court, this cul-de-sac here, up to the site. Proposing that each of the units have a single patio or deck, which would be located on the ground floor. Proposing supplemental plantings and screening along property line A, again adjacent to the Windbrook neighborhood. Proposing one access point on Cary Parkway, which would be limited to a single right-in and right-out. And proposing a fence around the stormwater control device. The applicants are proposing the following buffers and streetscapes associated with the site. 50-foot type A streetscape would be adjacent, or required adjacent to Northwest Cary Parkway. They're proposing 30-foot buffers adjacent to the office buildings, 30-foot buffer adjacent to the daycare use. No buffers required adjacent to the Windbrook townhomes. The site is adjacent to actually a strip of open space, which is located just to the north of the site. The applicant is proposing supplemental plantings to provide some level of screening in between the site and the adjacent site. And then there's also natural buffers built in with some stream buffers, which I'll show you a little bit more about in just a few minutes. The Town of Cary's interactive development map shows current development activity in the town. There are several recent projects which are occurring near the intersection of Evans Road and Northwest Cary Parkway. There's currently a rezoning in process, 16 RAZ 32, which is proposing multifamily and life care community and townhomes. There was also rezoning recently, or an amendment to the Silverton PDD recently approved for commercial use for indoor-outdoor recreation at the corner of Windfair and Evans Road. And of course, this site is what's going tonight, which is proposing townhomes. As the case progresses, staff will be evaluating the rezoning with respect to aspects of the Imagine Cary Community Plan. Aspects for evaluation will include review of the plan policies as well as the site's future growth framework designation. A preliminary evaluation of the plan has been conducted, and a list of all of the policies in the plan as well as those that are applicable are included in the staff report and as an attachment. Some of the policies that were found to be applicable included the live policy, the work policy, and the shape policies. Specifically dealing with housing type, again, what's being proposed is townhomes, topography of the site, with the work chapter, dealing with the potential loss of land for land designated for office space, and under the shape chapter, dealing with infill and appropriate transitions. The site is also located in what's called the traditional neighborhood designation of the growth framework map. Traditional neighborhoods are generally described as large master plan communities with some degree of housing mix. Further, traditional neighborhoods also allow for incidental other use types such as neighborhood commercial and other non-residential uses along the edges of residential areas. I'd also like to just note that the properties to the north of Northwest Cary Parkway are in a different designation of the future growth framework map, which is called the Employment Mixed Use Campus, which is described as employment and industrial campuses, which may include a mix of uses, including commercial, office, and residential uses. So circling back to the description of the traditional neighborhood, an example of a traditional neighborhood is the Lockmere neighborhood, which is a master plan community. It has some degree of housing, although single-family predominates. According to the Town of Cary GIS maps, the site is impacted by stream buffers, and this is what I was referring to earlier. There are some existing stream buffers shown along the northern property line of the site. There is also an existing sewer line, which is indicated here along the northern property boundary, as well as the eastern property boundary. Additionally, there is some topography-related considerations with the site. As you can see from this map here, there is a drop in grade from the place where the site is accessed off of Geyer Court here, moving north on the property. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Facilities Master Plan shows street side trail running along northwest Cary Parkway. The MOVE chapter of the Imagine Cary Community Plan identifies Northwest Cary Parkway and Evans Road as thoroughfares. There is a future Go Cary route, which will run along Northwest Cary Parkway. This site did have a neighborhood meeting associated with it, held here at Town Hall on May 3rd. There were residents here, many of them from the Winbrook neighborhood. They had concerns about the existing stream buffers that run between this site and their neighborhood, concerns about erosion control and stormwater impacts, traffic. There was concern about loss of existing trees, loss of land for open space or office space. And then, of course, we've received follow-up calls and emails to staff reiterating many of these concerns, but also concerns about, again, the stream buffers and stormwater impacts and fencing around stormwater control. So properties within 800 feet of the subject site were notified of the public hearing. With that, the site was also posted with public hearing signs, and legal ads were placed on the Town of Cary's website. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here to share comments on the rezoning request, and following that, staff will be available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Try. This time I would invite the applicant forward for their comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jim Compton. I'm with ESP Associates. We are located at 5121 Kingdom Way in Raleigh, 27607. And I'm here on behalf of Shenandoah Homes, who is looking to rezone this parcel. And as you just heard from the staff, it's the Silverton Plan Development District was established in 1987. It's been modified a few times in the last 30 years, but still only 4.96 acres of the original 40 acres that were set aside for office have been developed. The daycare and office that was shown on the map and the O&I that's shown right in front of the parcel, the daycare center was constructed in 1994 and the office building constructed in 95, and there hasn't been any other office development there in 20 years. So it's clear to us that this site is not suitable to office development. So since it's been available for development for office for 30 years and still remains vacant, this request is to rezone the undeveloped portion, the 5.88 acres, to residential multifamily to permit the townhome development on the site. And we believe that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it's also consistent with the ordinances of the town. So to briefly go through some of the justification statements, the first one, to preserve the character and quality of the residential neighborhood. The parcel is designated as traditional neighborhood. One of the predominant uses in a traditional neighborhood are townhomes. So it does fit that. The Cary Community Plan identifies that if residential use is an appropriate use for this parcel, actually, the way we read it, it's more appropriate than the O&I use. The proposed townhomes, the Winbrook development is a townhome development. So we're confident that our development is going to provide a transition for them between their development and the existing office that's there now. So, excuse me, having some allergy issues I'm trying to deal with. But, so, the current O&I zoning that's there doesn't require any buffers along that property line with Winbrook. The developer is offering zoning condition number 7, which is in your staff report, which is the supplemental planting along that line A. So they're going to get more of a buffer, more of a transition, a better situation. Also, the developer is offering zoning condition number 2, which is limiting the density to 7 units per acre. The LDO allows 12. Zoning condition number 4 is the one about not allowing any of the community gathering spaces within 100 feet of the property line A, which is the line that borders the open space for Windbrook. And then zoning condition 6, which is the limit on the single patio or deck, being only on the ground floor. Excuse me. The next one I'd like to address is lessening congestion on the streets. At the town meeting, at the community meeting, neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of concern about traffic. There's going to be 2 access points to this development, one on Guyer Court and one on the Cary Parkway. The one on Cary Parkway, as was just said, the zoning condition 8 is going to limit it to a right-in, right-out. With residential on this site rather than office, if this site were developed as office, using the numbers that are in the staff report, which is 46,000 to 77,000 potential square feet, the office that would be on this site could generate anywhere from 800 to 1,350 trips a day. The residential that we're talking about putting there with 40 townhomes only generate 235 trips a day. So you're looking at office that could generate as much as 6 times the traffic of the townhomes. So traffic, we feel like, is going to be a better situation with townhomes than with office. The other pertinent ones that are addressing that are conserving the natural resources, environmental quality of the town and its environs. Rezoning it from O&I to RMF is going to provide us an opportunity to reduce the amount of impervious area on the site. When we're doing the design with townhomes, we've got the ability to break grade between the townhomes, deal with the topography on the site. We've got the ability to control stormwater. We're going to have smaller building footprints. You're going to have private roads, which are smaller, cover less area. You're going to have driveways that contain less square footage than the giant parking lots that are going to be required for the office buildings you're going to put there. We're going to add perimeter buffers. And so as a result, we're going to have more open space, and we're going to be able to preserve more of the natural grade. This site does drop, it's not up here now, it does drop about 60 feet from Guyer Court down to the creek. And so it's really difficult to put an office building on a site that drops 60 feet without massive retaining walls or just tons of grading. And if you went in there, you're going to have to clear the entire site. So one of the concerns was preserving trees. If we go in there for office, I mean, we're going to have to clean basically the entire site to build on that site. So again, I think the neighbors are better off if it's rezoned and not allowed to be developed as office. Excuse me. The next one is protect the development in and the residents of the community from flooding and other hazards. And this was a big concern that we heard at the community meeting, because the existing developments out there don't have any stormwater controls. And so Windbrook doesn't have a stormwater control pond. The office buildings don't. The daycare center doesn't. So all of the stormwater that comes out, and it wasn't required when they built them. I'm not saying they're doing anything incorrect. So the stormwater that comes off of Guyer Court runs straight through the site, straight to the creek. The stormwater that comes off the office runs down the edge of Cary Parkway and ends up straight into the stream. When we developed this site, almost all of that stormwater from both those developments are going to be captured in our stormwater ponds. Cary ordinance requires us to limit the stormwater runoff for the one-year storm. The post-runoff has to equal the pre-runoff. So there's not going to be any additional runoff from the site in a normal one-year storm. The limit is 10% in a larger storm. So there is some additional runoff. However, if we're capturing the runoff from Guyer Drive and the runoff from our court and the runoff from the office building, it's actually going to be probably, I don't know the numbers, it's probably going to be with less runoff into the creek than there is now. And I understand their concern. I've seen the pictures of the creek. It is eroding. It is an issue there, so something needs to be done. However, whether this site is developed as an office or as a townhome isn't going to affect it. If we leave it office, the situation is going to be worse in the creek than it is if we go townhome. So again, I think that the situation is going to be better with a townhome development than an office development. And I can be here to answer questions about stormwater more in depth. But the other concerns, the overall concerns that we had from the neighbors were the streams, the stream buffers, the stormwater and the flooding, and the erosion control, and the large trees on the site. So developing it either one, townhome or office, is not going to change the town's requirements for stream buffers. It's not going to change the stormwater control measures. It's not going to change erosion control. It's not going to change your requirements for preserving large champion trees. And so all the concerns that we heard at the meeting are issues that any development's going to have to address in the site plan review process. And so we believe that changing it from O&I to RMF is going to provide us an opportunity to improve each one of those issues for the residents, not make them worse. So, and in my summary, I mean, again, I just want to repeat what I just said, that we believe rezoning it is going to make these conditions better. I mean, the requirements of the LDO, the review process, they will all improve the conditions. I mean, townhomes are going to make a better transition than office. They're going to create less traffic. They're going to have less impervious area. They're going to create less runoff. They're going to better use the topography to allow us to maintain more open space. They're going to have just a better development adjacent to them than they would have if we do an office building there. So, since it agrees with the Cary Community Plan, in our opinion, and we think the townhomes would be a better use of the property, we would like to encourage you to advance this to the planning board so that we can deal with them on the plan review and get the site developed. The developer who is here, we're committed to being good neighbors. We're going to continue to work with these neighbors throughout the process as we go forward. I mean, we don't want to create a development where the neighbors hate us in the end. We want to create a development that everybody enjoys. Developer wants to create a long-term relationship with the town of Cary. They don't want to come in and create a bad development. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Compton. Now's the time for the public hearing for rezoning 17 REZ 12 Silverton PDD Amendment, Parcel H North. And I would invite our first speaker forward.
Mayor and Council, my name is Nancy Van Dyke. I live in Winbrook, at the development adjacent to the subject property. And several of us decided to wear red tonight. So you can imagine how I felt when we walked in and we saw the whole full of red shirts. I thought, wow, this is great. Anyway, as stated earlier this week in an email, our community is not in favor of this project. And several of you have said to us, if we're not, say so up front so you don't waste a lot of time. There was a neighborhood meeting held on May the 3rd, and in the last line of the minutes, the developer states, we hope the neighbors realize this townhome is a better and more realistic use for this property than offices. Nothing presented in the application, nothing in the justification for the requested zoning change, or in the comments of the neighborhood meeting has convinced the neighborhood owners that the proposal is a better or best use, maybe financially for the developer, but not for the community. The developer stated that the site is not economically feasible to develop as offices, and he stated that if the zoning request is not granted, he would walk away from the project rather than to consider offices. We've done research. You can build offices on sloped buildings. It doesn't have to be flat for an office building. The major concern that we have is water, the control or lack of control of the water, erosion and stormwater runoff. I brought copies of the NC Diener buffer determination for Stream A, which is in the open space that is owned by Winbrook Townhomes. In places, this stream is exactly on the boundary between our open space and the subject property. Diener states that Stream A is intermittent and should have a 50-foot noose buffer. However, the town of Cary requires a 100-foot buffer, which is great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's important to note that the report from Diener does not evaluate any portion of the Stream B on the subject property. We believe it's absolutely necessary to have a buffer determination done on Stream B before any approval is even considered for this zoning change. Maybe the developer has already made that request from Diener. At the neighborhood meeting, the developer stated that there's a 50-foot drop. The gentleman just here said it was a 60-foot drop in elevation from Geyer Court down to Stream A. In the photos I handed out, photo 1 shows a topography map of the subject property in Stream B. It's a little closer together than the one that was shown up here on the screen. At the neighborhood meeting, the concept plan showed a retention pond located on top of Stream B, approximately where I'd located it on the photo. Photo 2 shows the Stream A and Stream B converge at the storm drain, and it runs under Cary Parkway. At the neighborhood meeting, the engineer for ESP stated that the retention pond would take 4 to 5 days to empty after a storm. That's about 96 to 120 hours in theory. But if the pond was placed on Stream B, would it ever dry out? Some research was done, and according to an engineering firm in Wessler, it states that in order for a dry retention pond to be effective, 10 or more acres of land is needed. The entire subject property here is only 5.58 acres. There are a number of children in the Winbrook neighborhood and a lot of kids over at Primrose Daycare adjacent to the subject property. If the pond never dries out and there's not an aerator, it becomes a slime pit breeding ground for mosquitoes. And in this area of North Carolina, gestation for mosquitoes is only 24 to 48 hours, far less time than suggested for the retention pond to drain. Photo 3, again, this is a storm drain that runs under Cary Parkway. The most important part about this photo is it shows the slope that goes up to Cary Parkway. At the very top of that horizontal area, it's only 7 feet from the edge of the pavement to where that drops down. And if the developer has to put in an additional drive lane to Cary Parkway, a median, also have a 10-foot asphalt greenway path, it's obvious that all the trees will have to be clear-cut, the storm drain will have to be extended into the subject property, maybe the sewer connection would have to be moved, lots of fill dirt, probably a retaining wall strong enough to hold the driving lane and the walking path. If the zoning change is approved, and then the developer and the engineer work on a site plan, and the land is taken away from this 5.5 acres for this additional parkway, stream buffer, open space, moving the retention pond or whatever, if the building envelope becomes so small that it's not feasible anymore for townhomes, if you've already approved it for townhomes, then I understand there's no going back. You can't change it back to what it is now. It's done. So what we're asking for is some sort of investigation to be done about the feasibility of this project before it's even considered for change. Several other things, but I can't talk about light and noise pollution. The ground floor decks are really 15 to 20 feet high. If you go in on the ground floor at this elevation, it's 15 to 20 feet high.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dyke.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Council, thank you for hearing us out tonight. My name is Ricky Treffer. I'm a resident of the Winbrook neighborhood. My home is facing directly towards the subject site. And in addition to all the concerns already mentioned, I'd like to focus on the amount of development that we're already seeing within our local community. Approving the request for the zoning change really will effectively remove this land from the inventory that's available to the town of Cary for office ground, which decreases any possibility of economic development in that area. In addition, the developer mentioned that it's not really feasible for office development, which to me as a laywoman really doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. If you can build, and you can make a choice of what you build on that land, whether that is office use or residential. Now, we saw earlier, thank you to the staff, of all the developments that's already happening in the area right across from the subject property on Evans Road, and the approval of the Waltonwood project right there at the corner of Evans and Cary Parkway. In addition to everything else that's already going on, we're going to have over 1,000 new residential units between the entrance to our development, Winbrook, and Aviation Parkway, which is less than 2 miles away. In case you don't trust our math, I'll add it up for you. So there's about 198 units at the Waltonwood Assisted Living right across the street. There is 40 units at Waltonwood that will be townhomes. There is 212 apartment units at Waltonwood, all for residential use. There's 308 units at Ovation, that's at Weston, Evans, and Weston Parkway. There's 200 units at the Lake Crabtree Apartments that are being built currently at Evans and Aviation. And there's also currently just previously started Silverwood off Chapel Hill Road with an additional 53 townhomes. And all of those together will already add up to over 1,000. So the additional 40 units that are suggested for the subject property seem to not necessarily be necessary for residential use. And of course, these new units will also at least have one car each, more likely two, which adds to the existing traffic that's all going onto Evans Road from residential, as well as the offices that we have across the street with John Deere, Oxford Press, the Marquee at Silverton, and the businesses along Weston, such as MetLife, Biologics, and the NC Bar Association, that all use Evans Road for access. It is already difficult for the residents of our neighborhood at Winbrook to make a left turn onto Evans Road, especially during rush hour. So the application actually states that the rezoning request would somehow lessen congestion on the local street network, and that makes absolutely no sense when we add residential units with 2 cars each. Additional concerns of being a neighbor directly to the subject property is, of course, light and noise pollution. It is nice that the developer mentions that there will be only one deck on the ground floor, but I'd like to visualize what that really looks like on a slope that we have here. The ground floor doesn't mean it's actually on the ground. It just means that when you walk into the townhome here, that is your ground floor, but being on the slope, that means your deck is still probably about 12 feet off the ground, meaning that we are at the bottom of that slope having now light and noise pollution facing directly into our neighborhood from the proposed development. Those are some of the points that we wanted to make today, and we really appreciate you listening and taking that into consideration and making sure that it remains a great place to live for the residents that are already there. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, my name is Jack van Dijk, and we have looked at this at length, particularly in this Cary community plan, and so there are a number of contradictions and concerns in the justification from the applicant. On the life part of the community plan, the policy 1, there are no conditions offered regarding open space preservation. This is going to be stumped full with townhomes. This is nothing. There is no place for open space, so to say. On policy 2 and 6, it's supposed to be diverse, affordable, and adapted for seniors. Well, the units will sell for $350,000. That is not affordable. It's not adapted for seniors. There is no first floor masters. Again, it's, as the previous person said, this is in a canyon, so it is very difficult to make that a livable place. The diverse item, there is nothing what is already under construction in our whole neighborhood. So if we go look at work, policy 11 of your community plan, even with the topography, you can still build offices on this site. The transition, there are already offices on one side of the subject properties and townhomes on the other side, so it fits with the transition from one side to the other. We don't see why that should be shifted more to offices. So there are no conditions offered that guarantee this harmonious approach or transition. Also within SHAPE is mentioned the impervious surfaces. No comments are made regarding green parking lots. Change the runoff. The runoff is going to be very, very difficult and dangerous. The rear yard setbacks, which is not mentioned anywhere, we would prefer that the setbacks start at the edge of the property of the stream buffer, which is the furthest from Windbrook open space, not what he indicated on the plan at this moment. So the opinion of the majority of our owners is that much more research needs to be done prior to approval of the zoning of this site. Now, I attended the meeting and the hearing of 17 REZ 10, which is the Carpenter Upchurch unit, the historic site, which is the same developer on behalf, and he spoke on behalf of the Shenandoah builders. And we noticed that the applicant had not included any of the suggestions in the Cary community plan for the historic area. The town planner, Mr. Ramage, expressed that he got no assurance from the applicant for achieving the vision by council regarding the historic area. Two of the council expressed disappointment in the lack of insight and commitment to the image Cary process, and he was not willing to proceed without a sharper plan regarding conditions that would obligate the developer to follow through. And so our neighborhood is not in a historic area. We live there peacefully, and it is difficult from an erosion standpoint. We just don't have any trust or any belief that the developer will do all the wonderful things that are said. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dyke. Next speaker, please, for this public hearing.
I'm the last one.
Oh, well, he's the last one. All right. I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members with comments.
I'll make a few comments.
Okay.
It does give me concern that we're losing land that could be used for office at some point. I'm not saying there's a buyer today for office, but it does concern me that we have a lot of land that's been office and institutional, and in the past years has been rezoned residential. And we've said that this is of importance to us, but we keep getting applications for it. So that concerns me. One of the concerns that I've always had with these small parcels that are these infill parcels is that they're done well so that you don't feel like you're shoehorning in a bunch of density. When you do something kind of dense like this, because 7 units per acre does not mean that they're going to have 7 units on each acre, because they're going to bring those together because there's some land that they're preserving. So it's going to be fairly dense. It has to be done well so that it does not appear to be kind of like claustrophobic and tight. One of the concerns I have is if that's how much space they have, I don't know if the open space, the increased gathering space, 1,500 square feet, hopefully that doesn't have the stormwater pond on it. That would be disappointing. So make some assurance that that's not the case. 1,500 square feet is about 39 feet by 39 feet, so it's not that large for 40 homes. I mean, it's something, so that's very nice. But I'm concerned because it's just a lot of houses on a pretty tiny parcel. When you put a retention pond there, I mean, my concern is that if they do like the same old retention pond, our retention ponds that we're getting in these different neighborhoods are pretty ugly. They're ugly. They're not assets to the community as far as aesthetics, but they're definitely assets as far as stormwater. I do believe the applicant, when he says that he'll improve the stormwater problem with the retention pond, I do believe that's actually true. But aesthetically, I have a concern because a lot of these ponds are just sort of the thing that you want to kind of like shield your eyes from when you come into the community. And when you have a community this tiny, it's important that it looks good. So those are some of the concerns that I have if this application were to continue going forward and the council ended up approving it. I'd want some of those issues to be addressed through conditions.
Okay. Got to flip it around. I'm trying to think about it the other way because I think it helps me think about it in the way of the homes. If someone were here right now presenting an office building on this spot, the height of the office building would be, I don't know what height we'd be talking about, what kind of building it would be, but it could be taller than townhomes, with people looking out office windows back onto people's yards and people's decks. I also do believe there would be much more impervious surface with that. And I'm wondering, it seems like some of the arguments against townhomes and people wanting offices are exactly backwards, that there is going to be more traffic with office buildings than with townhomes. And so if you're encouraging there to be offices here, you're encouraging more traffic. I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around the arguments presented because it seems exactly backwards. And I wonder what the arguments against office buildings would be if we're in the same boat and if it would be the same arguments. And I'm newer at this, but those are the things that just come to mind just off the bat.
I'd like to jump all over the trips. I love it when people come up here. I used to have a career in simulation, so you start talking numbers about trips, and I can go all day. When you're talking about numbers, you're talking about aggregate total numbers. You're not talking about the window of when that happens. You're not talking about what day of the week that happens. You're talking usually with office, morning, evening traffic. That's the concentration. With residential, it's 7 days a week, and it's multiple times during that. So it'll be more spread out. If you have similar uses, that's when you have congestion. If you have a mix of uses, then that's when the congestion is not quite as bad, according to the simulations I've done in the past.
So are you saying that but if they're complaining about rush hour, hard to get out rush hour,
No, I'm saying
you saying that an office building would cause more rush hour trips than
I'm saying if you put 1,000 residential units and this is a like use, then that's going to create congestion. I don't care how many trips it is. There's going to be congestion. Your office use will be concentrated usually in an hour or two window in the morning and the evening, and some at lunch, but lunch usually is not as heavy as morning and the evening, and it kind of depends on the traffic. I think Evans Road in the morning and evening is going to have your traffic anyway because they're all coming from west.
Trying to get through.
So, yeah, that's going to be congestion as well. But the good news about that is on the weekends with the office, it's not as bad. So there are pluses and minuses on both sides. Yes.
Just a couple comments, and I guess my first one, I'm going to direct this to Ms. Van Dyke and maybe some of the others that share her concerns is, and we've had some other conversations via email. I actually attended the neighborhood meeting and spoke to the group as well. Their overriding concern is stormwater runoff and how that impacts their community and surrounding communities. And I really appreciate the information that she's provided to us. I'm going to take some time to better understand that. But I guess what I'm really looking to better understand is why would a townhome development be a stormwater concern, but an office development is not? It might not be a concern because it already has the zoning and there's nothing they can do about that. But I do better want to understand that. So as this moves forward throughout the process, if her or others can help educate me better to understand that, I would appreciate that. She did make a comment that she had a concern that if this was rezoned from O&I to multifamily residential, that there was no going back. That's not entirely true. If somebody flipped the property and the new buyer wanted to build office, then yes, he could come back, rezone it right back to office. Would they? Probably not. I appreciate, and I didn't quite totally catch the last name, but I'm going to use her first name, even though it's probably not polite, but Ricky, her comment regarding the loss of office space and potential economic development. I mean, it's something that we struggle with all the time up here is, there's only so much office land left in Cary, and every time we consider rezoning that, whether it's to residential or another use, it's not an easy decision. It's not something we take lightly, so there does have to be a compelling reason for us to make this decision. As I'm sitting here listening, and I appreciate the research she did and the numbers that she gave us regarding, 1,000 new residents or whatever coming in around this. Well, maybe it wasn't desirable office property, but once you bring 1,000 new residents in, it becomes a desirable place for a neighborhood dentist or another daycare or something along those lines. So that's a possibility either, although I am somewhat sympathetic. If something's been on the market for 30 years and nobody's buying, it's probably like that used car that sat in that guy's yard for 5 years with a for sale sign and nobody bought it. There's probably a reason. There was also a concern brought up regarding open space. I totally get that. I would share Ms. Robinson's concern. I don't know that 1,200 feet to 1,500 feet is that much extra a give. We are always looking for any developments or communities that we approve, especially that aren't adjacent to a park or in an urban environment, to provide some type of open space for the residents. You know, we would love for them to be able to walk outside and have a picnic and not have to get in their car and go somewhere and clog up our roads and create additional traffic and those kinds of things. I've never heard of green parking lots. That was a new one to me.
Impervious. Yeah,
The
where you can see the grass through.
I'd like to learn more what that is.
Jack's
but-
cul-de-sac.
But whether that's an office building or a townhome development, I don't know that you get the green parking lot with either one. The density is not necessarily a concern to me. Quite frankly, I find it like kind quality of use to the Winbrook neighborhood right next door. 6 dwelling units versus 7 dwelling units. I mean, the density is not really a concern. I appreciate Ms. Robinson's concerns that the retention ponds are often ugly, but I will say not as ugly as somebody's first floor flooding. So there are pros and cons there. But whatever the applicant could possibly do to ensure that what would be constructed is as visually appealing as possible, I guess, would be helpful. So those are my comments. I'm curious to see if or how this changes throughout the process. And again, to Ms. Van Dyke, I would hope you could kind of help me better understand the concerns regarding stormwater versus office versus residential.
And on that, you just jarred a thought that I wanted to express about stormwater. The applicant made a very good statement that there were no requirements when everything around there was built, and that should be underlined and bolded. And that's why there are problems today. And so I also believe no matter what's built there, the stormwater problems will get the problems will become less. The situation will get better, no matter what. So, but I am not sure what the difference between office and residential as far as protection from stormwater. So that's a good question. Yes.
I don't have a comment. I have a question. We have shown a couple of different pictures. This proposed zoning picture with the PDD amendment, which has the parcel 1, which is shopping center, which we saw Walton Wood come to us in April. What is the status of that rezoning? I don't see it on our P&Z schedule, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Is it at the same time? Is it?
That is still in review. The applicant is addressing some of the concerns that were presented at the public hearing, and they will be resubmitting it for an additional review. So it has not been scheduled for P&Z yet.
Great, okay. Because that's one of, I do think there's an interesting, just to make a comment associated with the question, is that when you see the other picture, you think, oh, there's already going to be some commercial and office type environment because it says shopping center. Right. But there's currently something in review for additional family, albeit a senior. So I'm not so sure how much they drive.
It's kind of a perplexing little drawing if you go back to it because
the original.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's saying townhome, but it's zoned right now for office and institutional. Mm-hmm. And then, it's just a little perplexing.
Right. So that's more of a comment for people that are
shows.
Watching and for us as we're looking at this because we think, oh, yeah, look, O&I shopping center. But not really because there's things in review. So it's just a question that I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that was going through. Because we're not voting on this is going to Planning and Zoning Board. Is there an idea of when this goes to P&Z? Will they be about the same time? Or does anyone have an idea?
It usually depends on what the applicant does. If they make changes between now and the scheduled P&Z, it takes longer. But if they don't, it usually goes the next month. Is that correct? Or a month or two?
Typically with a PDD, it's at least a month and a half to 2 months before it's ready to go forward. I don't have a date yet for the Walton Wood proposal. Gotcha. I anticipate we'll have know something more soon on that.
So that could sync up.
Right. That's what I'm trying to put forward is that it's very interesting because all this is happening at one time. And if they could come at the same time, I think that also gives residents a better idea and some certainty about what's going on and being able to come and comment, at one point rather than having to come every week if they have comments and they live in this area.
Thank you.
Mr. Yerha.
Well, on these rezonings that go to P&Z, I typically don't like to make too many comments on the front end for fear of prejudicing our Planning and Zoning Board. I think this is a perfect case for our Planning and Zoning Board, office versus residential. I mean, I think that's ideal for them to come back to us with an opinion. The major concern here is the stormwater, I think, and I don't know if that's a real valid thing to even talk about at rezoning. I don't think that's a major issue right now. We have to decide what the use is going to be. Hopefully the applicant is looking at the stormwater situation. I believe one of the speakers said, be a little proactive and look, I hope they're doing some kind of study. I hope they know it's possible to meet our stormwater requirements before they've gotten to this point. I don't know if they have or not, but I think they should. And certainly if something gets built here and it turns out our stormwater requirements make it unfeasible to build, then nothing happens. And if it's zoned for townhomes and turns out townhomes can't be built, they come in with another rezoning for something else. So it's not townhomes forever, as was said. But again, stormwater to me is the major issue, and I don't know if that should be our major issue at this point in time.
Mr. Smith.
Well, I kind of look at this, when you think about our retreats and all the discussion we have about being 85% built out, almost everything we're getting now is infill, infill, infill. And, forgetting the law, all the minutiae of the law, when I listen to someone come in for a rezoning, I want to be excited about what's being placed in front of me to compel me to want to make a decision different than what it's zoned. And, I think there's an opportunity here to send a message that when we're doing this infill, when we're doing these, every one of them is going to be difficult because they're going to go around established neighborhoods and established areas. If you come in and all you're going to do is get the most out of the land and squeeze as many apartments in as you want, you're not exciting me. And then when you got a slope in the back and you got all of this, don't play games with the words that it's a ground floor deck and all of that. It comes across personally to me as disingenuous. So just, we need office. And on the flip side, to be fair, Grandma always said, be careful what you wish for, because, if somebody came in and put a pad in and said, we're ready to build, that office will be built in 10 seconds. And the problem will be, will you get all of the potential protection you could get if you had a developer doing infill that might work with you with a little less density and a little bit more flexibility? I'm not excited about what I've heard. I'm hoping that something changes during the course of this, but there's got to be something that addresses more than we're meeting the code. We're past those days, folks. It's infill. You better be, and this is Cary, and you better be coming in with something that's exciting and making it compelling for me to want to change my mind. We need office. This is where is a good place to go. At the same time, I want to caution Winbrook. What could go there without the leverage of a rezoning might be less conditions than you might be able to do working with this. So, I'm going back and forth, but in my mind, what I heard tonight is nowhere close to being something that would excite me, that would want to make a change and rezone this. We need that O&I, and I'd like to, I'm just, as this goes through, I'm hoping that the applicant listens, and if he's committed to this rezoning, then I sure hope he comes back with something a lot more exciting than what I heard tonight. This is my take on it.
Can I follow up on one of Jack's points and ask Ms. Rod, what is the limit if it's an office goes there? What's the height limit? Is it based on the setback from the road?
Yeah, so for office building, it can be 35 feet high if it's within 100 feet of a residential. That height can increase for every foot that it's further away from that residential district. If it's more than 100 feet from a residential district, it can be 50 feet. And again, that can increase from there for every foot it's further back from that residential district.
And because of the buffer on the back, but because you count from the residential, you get to count the buffer in the footage in the setback. So, because you're measuring it from the residential. So
I believe so.
Yeah, it goes through the buffer. So it's potentially they could put a 50-foot office building if they came up to maybe this 390 line, this 400 line. There potentially could be a 50-foot office building. If I looked at the numbers right on the.
Is this the slide that you were referring to?
I'm trying to find. Let me look at one year. Yes. The full, knowing that's a drop, I was looking at what 100 feet might be, knowing what the dimensions of the lot would be, and I think there's probably back a couple of those lines back is going to be 100 feet from residential, if you do the math on the size of the lot. So it could be 50 feet. So somebody's worried about a deck that's 10 feet higher than their house when they could have a office building that's 40 feet higher than their house. And I think I just want to entertain that thought. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, this will go to our Planning and Zoning Board, and we will see it at a future date. Thank you, Ms. Dry. We now move to our third public hearing. It is rezoning 17RE-Z03, Terramore rezoning. Ms. Grannon will introduce this item. Council will not take action on this rezoning, but we will also refer it to our Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation, and it will return to us at a future meeting. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a request to rezone 32.22 acres located near the intersection of White Oak Church Road and Green Level West Road. Subject property is highlighted in yellow on the north side of Green Level West Road. The zoomed-in aerial view shows that it is a mixture of wooded land, vacant land. Some property's been cleared for farming. There are some residential dwellings on the property. The existing zoning is a Wake County designation of residential 40 watershed. And the applicant is proposing residential 12 conditional use. There is an associated annexation with the property because it is not currently in our ETJ. Conditions proposed by the applicant would limit the density to 2 dwelling units per acre, limit the use to detached residential and neighborhood recreation, and they have offered a condition that states that the lot area would be based on actual lot area and not include any land that is within adjacent riparian buffers. As you may realize, there was a state law that was passed that allowed developers to take credit for that buffer area and sort of create a virtual lot area that could count toward meeting their lot size requirements. And the applicant has proposed this condition. So when they say the minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet, that would be based on actual lot lines for the individual parcels. The applicant has also proposed to provide 2 or more community gathering spaces totaling no less than 10,000 square feet. For a development this size, the requirement would be 1 centrally located gathering space at a minimum size of 5,000 square feet. So this doubles the ordinance standard. There are stream buffers on the subject property according to our most recent GIS maps, and field determination of those features will be required at the time of development plan review. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Facilities Master Plan does not show any proposed or existing greenway trails in the immediate vicinity of the property, but it's important to note that the American Tobacco Trail is in close proximity to the site, and it is separated by land which is owned by Wake County and land which is owned by the Department of Transportation. Green Level West Road is a thoroughfare, and therefore a 50-foot streetscape is a requirement along that roadway. Cary's growth framework map identifies this as a suburban neighborhood, but what's more important is that this property is located in the Green Level Special Planning Area. And as you also realize, there's been a lot of changes taking place in this area. It's in the past been looked at as a rural community, a lot of farms, a lot of large lots. It is changing rapidly, and part of that is because of the close proximity to apex developments. So as this goes through the process and staff analyzes the request, we'll be looking at the appropriate transitions between the existing and the proposed land use, whether or not this proposal maintains neighborhood character, respects heritage and open space. In regard to the apex development, there are several projects going on with apex, and one of them is the Weddington neighborhood to the south with a density of 1.5 dwelling units per acre currently proposed. And what's actually under development right now, the Enclave at White Oak, has a density of 3 dwelling units per acre. So taking that into consideration, this proposal of 2 dwelling units per acre is fairly consistent with what's happening in the vicinity. And again, there's a lot of changes going on. Immediately adjacent to this property across the street is a historic home that was built in 1901. And to the south is a brand new neighborhood with a 3 dwelling unit per acre density just built this year. So we are seeing an evolution in the vicinity. And this is one of the first plans we've had come in, or proposals. So the applicant is eager to hear your thoughts on this. Property owners were notified of the subject rezoning request, and the property was posted. The neighborhood meeting was held back in February. Concerns from the neighbors were density, what sort of road improvements the applicant would be required to make, impacts on adjacent property owners. And then staff has also had calls from adjacent neighbors and members of the assemblage wondering about the case timeline. There was a question about ownership with one of the parcels, and because there was an annexation associated with this, proof of who the heirs were needed to be determined. So it took longer than usual, and that has been determined, so the case is able to move forward. And there were also some adjacent property owners who were curious about being part of the assemblage and how they could get on board with future rezoning applications. So this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is present, and following the public hearing will be available for your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. At this time, I would invite the applicant forward for their comments.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Neil Ghosh. I'm with the Morningstar Law Group. We're at 421 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. I want to thank staff for their presentation. I'll try to be brief in my comments, but I do have 3 points that I want to touch on. The first is that when Terramore was considering this property, the Cary Community Plan had not yet been adopted. Of course, it was going through the process, and so the draft was available, which is a great thing because that was always in the forefront of their decision to invest in this community. We think that the proposal before you tonight, it's not just consistent with the Cary Community Plan. It is exactly what the Cary Community Plan had envisioned for this area, which brings me to my second point. We realize we're asking for a change. Anytime you're asking for a rezoning, you're asking for a change. But the change here, as Deborah alluded to, is a little bit more significant. This area hasn't been developed, historically hasn't been developed until very recently, particularly on the apex side. And so we look to the Cary Community Plan for some guidance on that. The special planning area that Deborah referred to, green level special planning area, it anticipates that it will be built out at a residential density of 2.5 dwelling units to the acre across the entire special planning area. But the plan recognizes the flat branch as kind of the demarcation that tells the rest of the story of density for this area. And that is west of the flat branch. That's where we are. What this project is, going out towards Chatham County, they expect the density to be lower, which means it'll be less than 2.5. And east of the flat branch, it'll probably be higher than 2.5. That's how you get the aggregate 2.5. And that's how we came to the density of 2 dwelling units to the acre. This is exactly consistent with what the Cary Community Plan has provided as far as guidance for this project site. And that brings me to my third point, which is about the open space. Deborah mentioned that we are providing twice the amount of open space that is required in the LDO. And I want to just make clear that it's not, I mean, it's more than twice. It's twice the area, but it's also what's required in the LDO is one community gathering space of 5,000 square feet. We are providing double the opportunity. There will be 2 community gathering spaces, and in total, they will equal 10,000 square feet. Now, per the LDO, one of them has to be 5,000 square feet. So, it may be 5,000 and 5,000 or 6,000, 4,000, whatever it is, but there will be 2 community gathering spaces. And we also anticipate that there will be additional open space just by virtue of our other condition, which I want to make sure that point is not lost. Deborah mentioned, and you all may be aware of, a recent change in state legislation that allows the area within a riparian buffer to be considered when calculating density, lot size, even setbacks, that type of thing. We've offered a condition that we would not be using the area within the riparian buffer for those things. And that allows us to preserve more open space. And, we're not trying to squeeze in extra lots here and there based off of that change in the state legislation. We are committed to providing additional open space, which is what the plan, the Cary Community Plan, calls for. So I want to thank you all for taking the time and doing the hard work in developing the plan, the Cary Community Plan. It is a good plan. It provides developers with a lot of guidance on how Cary expects to see this area develop, and we believe that the proposal before you tonight is offered in the spirit that that plan was adopted. So we hope to have your approval when it comes back to you. I'm here to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now it's time for public hearing 17 REZ 03 Terramora rezoning, and I would invite our first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this rezoning public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, open it up to council members for questions.
I have a question. Ms. Grannon, can you tell us, I see here there's a sliver of land running along the American Tobacco Trail that's not inside the parcel. What is the buffer along the American Tobacco Trail?
The buffer is a 50-foot buffer along the American Tobacco Trail. So we would, we would be looking to make sure at the time of development plan review that that's maintained in that vicinity.
So do yards, parcels stay outside of that 50 feet? They can't say, oh, well, that's part of my backyard and we just won't develop this area?
I'll research that before it goes forward and see if it's a setback or if it's an actual buffer requirement.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's just it's a gem for our community, and we'll make sure that whatever gets put around is protected.
Other questions or comments?
Since you already brought up the American Tobacco Trail, I had a question as well. There are a couple of neighborhoods that are being built along the Tobacco Trail who've secured connections to the ATT. Is that something that this property could also do?
I don't know that at this time. That's something that we'll have to explore. We can talk with our parks planners. I know there's been some concern about additional connections, so we need to research that a little bit and find out what the DOT rules are for connections to that. So the applicant, couldn't offer something if we can't, if it's not possible. So we'll have to look at that.
Yeah, the other question I would have, of course, dealing with connection is it's on the border of the White Oak Elementary School property, correct?
No.
This is actually property that's owned by the church, and it's also in review, correct?
Gotcha. That's why it's in granite.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions or comments?
Just make a generic comment. Well, not really generic, specific to this specific proposal, but I just want to applaud the applicant for not using land within the riparian buffer to calculate lot sizes. I mean, that's huge. We were all incredibly frustrated and disappointed when the state changed the law, and to see an applicant that would continue to honor the spirit and intent of what we were trying to do is amazing. So I just want to applaud them for that. Other than that, I mean, it seems generally consistent with everything else in the area. I don't know that I really have many concerns. I also appreciate the additional gathering space. It's always a big deal for us.
It kind of begs to the point I made just previously, when you get something that isn't just the minimal, you have a more open mind to looking at it.
Any final comments?
I would agree, and I did hear the comment, the concerns of the people calling in or writing in about potentially including their lots in the assemblage. And I would encourage the applicant, because as we've just been hearing tonight, I'd rather see this come forward an extra month later with other lots than for us to be sitting here 6 months from now trying to shoehorn some lots with funny sizes that don't include the buffers, et cetera. So I would love to see more.
They would not be able to do that. They would not be able to add to this now that the public hearing process has taken place and the rezoning's already been advertised. The applicant would have to basically start over and either wait a year or request a waiver to the one-year waiting period.
But the others could
do it separately.
And they could let them coincide like we've had other people do.
They could do their own assemblage. Yes, that is correct.
Yes. Okay.
Any other comments? Okay, this is going to our Planning and Zoning Board, and we will see it at a future date. Thank you, Ms. Brannon. We now move to our last public hearing, rezoning 17 REZ07. It's the Urban Drive rezoning. Ms. Gruber will introduce this item. Council will not take action on this rezoning, and it will be referred to our Planning and Zoning Board. It will return to Council at a future meeting for action. Ms. Gruber.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This is a rezoning case for 0.19 acres in downtown Cary. The subject property is at 110 Urban Drive, south of East Chatham Street and north of Waldo Street. You can see an aerial view here. It is a charming neighborhood. The existing zoning dates back to the early 2000s with the Town Center Area Plan. The vision for downtown has been updated through the Imagine Cary Community Plan, and the zoning does still stand as shown here. The existing zoning is medium-density residential, and that includes residential densities between 4 and 8 units per acre, and could include townhomes, single-family homes, and some other housing types. The applicant is proposing to change the zoning to mixed-use conditional use, or it's town center mixed-use conditional use, with the condition being to limit the uses to townhome, multifamily, or neighborhood recreation area. Mixed use could include a variety of uses: office, commercial, and medium to high-density residential. We're going to take a quick step to the side and give a plug for the town's interactive development map. It's a very useful tool. You can get to it, townofcary.org, click on Business and Development, and find developments around me. Or if you're like me, I just like to search, type it in, Interactive Development Map, and it'll come up. It's very useful if you want to see what's going on around you. If you zoom in by 110 Urban Drive, you can see there are some plans in review. That is the purple color. And an approved rezoning case is in peach on the left, just for 2 examples. So there is a development plan in review right now for Chatham Street condos. The plan shows a 4-story building with 33 units. It is a staff level review. You saw that the zoning there is mixed use, and no council approval is required for that. And as I was just showing you the interactive development map, you can also click on that purple area and get to the site plan if you'd like to check it out. The development plan, like I said, is in review, and it has not yet been approved, so there is no guarantee at this time that those condos will be built. It's in its first review, so we can stay tuned on that. And just to note, this rezoning case is not tied to that plan. The plan does not show anything on the property that we're looking at this evening. So we have taken a preliminary look at policies in the Imagine Cary Community Plan that may or may not support the rezoning request. In downtown Cary, it's one of the spots that's been identified as a place to add a variety of housing and have options for our citizens. In the SHAPE chapter, we have a policy about appropriate transitions, and that's going to be critical in this case, how we could transition from the existing single-family homes to something different next to it or nearby. Also, the downtown special planning area includes a more detailed vision for this part of town, and Central Chatham is identified as Cary's Main Street. So here's a zoom in of the growth framework map, and you can see the site with the star is in our downtown special planning area. And that downtown special planning area includes 5 subdistricts, starting at the top, going clockwise. North Academy is a place to live and work. The East Chatham Gateway, that is next to our Eastern Cary Gateway, is a mixed-use gateway. South Academy is our cultural arts anchor, and West Chatham Street is a residential gateway. And in the middle is the Central Chatham, Cary's Main Street, where the subject property is. Again, the site is in our Central Chatham, Cary's Main Street area as per the growth framework in our downtown special planning area. So in the downtown SPA, short for special planning area, central, it's nothing to do with manis and petties, unfortunately. The central part of West Chatham shows a walkable mixed-use corridor, and in green are the supporting neighborhoods where the subject property is. And here are some photos from the downtown SPA. So you can see some examples on the right where the green stripes are that show what those supporting neighborhoods might look like. So there are 2 proposed greenway trails near the subject property. Chatham Street is an existing major thoroughfare, and there's an existing Go Cary route and an existing Go Triangle transit route near the site. There are no stream buffers impacting the site. We did have a neighborhood meeting for this case in the middle of March. We had a good turnout with that and got a lot of comments, including discussion of concerns of the preservation of neighborhood character, a desire to keep the existing home at 110 Urban Drive, and the statement that townhomes may not be desirable in this area. Also received quite a few calls and emails, a lot of questions about process and timing. Also, discussion of decline in property value. That was also mentioned at the neighborhood meeting, but I've seen it more in calls and emails. We've also have some other concerns that have come to light. Staff is aware of a flyer as well as a Facebook page from a group called Cary Friends of the Creeks. The flyer doesn't provide a specified location in downtown. It just speaks generally of downtown development and flooding. The content expresses concerns about flooding of private property, aging stormwater infrastructure, and higher density development. We do want to point out that there are many claims made about the town that are inaccurate in this flyer, including that the town has located homes in the existing floodplain, and that is not true. We don't plat homes in floodplains. We don't create floodplains. That's done by the federal government, and we don't use people's yards for stormwater retention. So notification of this public hearing was sent to properties shown in yellow on this map. And that does conclude staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Gruber. Now's the time for the public hearing for rezoning 17 REZ07. Is the applicant here to make comments?
The applicant is here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jason.
Mr. Barron, please.
You said forget him.
He is not.
I just heard, oh, Jason. I guess Noah was so good on the last case, I should hand it off to him. Mr. Barron, members of the council, Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Extraordinarily excited to be a part of, even though it's a 0.19 acre tract, I think it's symbolic. I think it's symbolic of the significant investment that the town has made in downtown. You know, the downtown experience, my oldest daughter, I'm a small anecdote here, my oldest daughter went away to college last year and she came back just a couple weeks ago, and we were sitting at Brew having a cup of coffee, and out of nowhere she said, Daddy, I can't get over how much has changed in downtown just in the year that I've been gone. It's amazing what is happening in downtown, and I'm honored and humbled to be a part of it. And this particular case is an evidence of the great success that you all have created, that the town has created. It's not just the council, it's the extraordinary staff that you have. It's people like George Jordan and Jordan Gussenhoven who are working on a site next to this, who care about downtown, who are invested in downtown and the long-term health of downtown. And so I'm excited to be here as part of this project. We have requested a rezoning to permit townhomes on this 0.19 acre tract. Viewed in isolation, it might seem like an odd pick for townhomes. Viewed at kind of in the total picture, we believe it is not only the right use of the property, it's not only consistent with the town's long-range plan, with the recently adopted Cary Community Plan recommendations, but it's also the right transition. And I say that because, as has been mentioned before, and as the Town Council, I believe, is aware, a site plan has been submitted for this parcel here, and a site plan has submitted because the property is already zoned for this use, and it has been submitted for residential condominiums, which I'm also extraordinarily excited about for the health of downtown. And it will be a multi-story if approved. And again, there's no reason to believe that it won't be approved because it's consistent with the town zoning requirements for the same. If approved, we'll pave the way for a 4-story residential condominium project. Knowing that that's going on in that particular location, and knowing that there is ranch homes to the south and east of this particular parcel, a townhome project in this area is a fantastic transition, in my opinion, away from the larger scale condominium project and back into the ranch style homes. Because quite frankly, and we received a lot of demands and constructive comments at our neighborhood meetings that folks wanted the existing home to remain. Well, if the existing home remains, it's going to be next to a 4-story condominium building because, again, that site is zoned for that use. So we believe the townhomes are indeed the right use of this site. We look forward to continuing the dialogue with folks involved in the process as we move forward. I'm sympathetic to the concerns that we've heard from neighbors who don't like the disruption to their neighborhood. And I think that this case is reflective of the transition that the town is experiencing, and especially the downtown area. The town is starting to grow up, and there are new things and there are exciting things, and there are consequences associated with that. And one of those is infill development and infill redevelopment. You all are tasked with the tough job of making tough decisions in cases like this, but also in cases moving forward. And so we look forward to working on this case. Again, I'm excited to be here, and hopefully when we come back, you all will endorse this case for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Now's the time for the public hearing for the rezoning 17 REZ07 Urban Drive, and I would invite our first speaker forward.
This guy. Thank you. This will echo a lot of what Jason said, but I thought it was just appropriate that I get up and speak briefly just so I can represent myself as well. But I'm Jordan Gussenhoven with Chatham Street Commercial. As Jason said, my uncle and business partner, George Jordan, and I are the owners of the properties to the northwest of the subject property. We also currently have that site plan that Jason referenced in review with the town of Cary for residential condominiums. I would just like to speak on behalf of our development team and reiterate that we're highly supportive of this rezoning petition. Not only is it consistent with the newly adopted Cary Community Plan and the Town Center Area Plan before it, both of which I'd like to say have a strong foundation in sustainable urban development principles, which is, I think, the goal for downtown. But we also feel that townhomes, as Jason said, would be an appropriate transition from the higher intensity condominium building to the lower intensity single family homes to the south and east. We have also, I'd just like to make clear, we also are in discussions with the applicant, and the intention would be to work together on a plan to develop our parcels in conjunction so we can make a better project than if they were developed separate. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. I was so forward, and again, I'm also available to answer any questions afterwards by email or anything as well. So we're happy to be part of this process, active and involved with the neighborhood as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Janet Couture again. Obviously, I'm very passionate about what's going on in our neighborhood to the point I've about made myself sick over it. I'm very upset, as are most of the people here. I wish I could be excited like everybody else is, but I'm not excited. This is, I've sat here and I've listened to you talk about trees and flooding and wildlife and development. I want you to think about how many townhomes are being built in our area. I haven't mentioned this, but I'm also a realtor, and I have been since 2002. I sell a lot of homes in Cary. I grew up here. My family's been here since the 30s, okay? I have to tell you that people don't want townhomes. They don't want condos. They want single-family homes with yards. That is what they say every time. I never have anybody ask for a condo or a townhome. It may be great for the vision of Cary, but I didn't have any input into any of that. Nobody in our neighborhood had any input into that and did not know that the mixed use could allow 7-story buildings in our backyards. So yes, we are upset. We should have been there. I know you're thinking that, but we weren't. And no, you don't have to, the planning for the condo doesn't come before you to be approved, but it should, because it's a big change to downtown Cary when you start popping a 4-story townhome into the middle of an existing neighborhood where people live and spend money on their homes. And this does affect the values of our homes. If somebody says they want to go look at a house and there's a townhome community across from it, I steer them away from it because I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell it for them. This is our retirement home. This is our neighbors. There's flooding already on Waldo and Webster. This does not help that. Where's the runoff going? They're going to put a retention pond in? Great. Now we get a retention pond in the middle of a residential area. This is important to us. Everybody here that's here is very passionate. We all have signs in our yard. We have a petition that's been signed for everybody. We need your help, and we need you to listen. This is important. There's plenty of places to build 4-story condos and 5 3-story townhomes. We don't want it. We said that, and that was not in your minutes. Nobody wants this. So I beg of you to please not allow this change to happen to us. And if you can do it to us, you can do it to anybody else's neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And I'll remind the speakers, please focus on the rezoning at hand. We're not talking about the 4-story condos.
My name is Sharon Douglas, and I live on Fairview. And I feel very strongly that we should not rezone this property. At the corner of Keener and Fairview Street, just 3 lots up from me, is a lot that has been rezoned. A single-family house was torn down. 3 houses are being built on this one lot. I feel that we have set a very bad precedent and that this is moving forward on that precedent. This is not what we want in our single-family, old, established subdivision. And so I just come to implore you not to do this. Everything that we can do to resist all of this mixed use, it's just having a bad impact on our stormwater. I have had flooding under my house. And I don't even live right in this area, but I have been impacted with all of the work that's happening in downtown Cary. And I just feel that this is benefiting developers with a financial gain, but this is coming at the expense of the residents of the area. And I just implore you to not let this happen. The condos, someone earlier spoke about putting the high-rise things on the other side of the street where it doesn't back up to residential areas. I think that's a wonderful idea. If you're going to do it that way, so that us longtime residents are not so impacted in a negative way, because it really does make a difference to us, to how we live, and to our day-to-day lives. So I just wanted to say my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas. I'll remind the speakers one more time. We're not talking about condos, 4-story condos. We don't control that. We don't make a decision on that. Our decision, our focus has to be on this rezoning. We cannot include other things in our discussion. So please focus on the rezoning. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council.
Could I get you to move the mic up just a little bit?
I just grew since I was starting to shrink. And,
perfect, right there. Thank you, sir.
I'm also, I'm at 113 Urban Drive. And
Your name, sir?
Don Couture, sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I'm also, and I don't quite agree with the determination of the site being a smooth transition, and it's the site in question, into the neighborhood that has already been rezoned to medium density. And I know that it looks like the way that the condos, townhouses will face, the issue I have, one of the issues is the domino effect that this can create in our neighborhood, which is highly residential. And I know this, well, never mind, I'm not going to say it. In order to get these 5 units on this property, which to begin with, at least, and I'm referring back to that, the Evans Road project that's on the table, and at least there's 7 units per acre. This is 5 townhouses on 0.19. That's, I mean, in my opinion, and I'm a residential and historic home remodeler and have been for 30 years, and also do a lot of small. I'm in the build. I'm not for. I am for progress. We love the things that have happened in downtown Cary. We think it's wonderful. There's people coming there. That is wonderful. But there's nothing that stops and scares. What I'm going to use the term scares the person downhill from this now 5-unit complex. It's 3 stories high. And he's in a little home right on the side of it looking and going, well, this might be time for me to get out. And the domino effect happens. And now this person is now here applying to rezone their property, and because that can happen. I'm concerned also about the traffic has been mentioned, that was mentioned, and the other things, parking. From what I understand, I know that the Chatham Street, that corner, there's going to be parking that it will be roped, lined off so that people can park there. And I believe also on Urban Drive. It's a very small street. When one car parks there, it's a pretty challenged road. I know that we're also, everything on that road would be tying into an old septic line. That's old downtown Cary. I know it's been there for a long time. What type of impact into the septic and the water demands on that going on to Urban Drive. The issue of the runoff is concerning. There is an old study that Walnut Creek runs along as at the bottom of the road. There's a dip at the bottom of our road where there is ponding that occurs when it rains. That is part of Walnut Creek, which does flood the next road down, which is Waldo. And there was a study that was done in 2006, which everybody's aware. It was by Dewberry and Davis, and there were recommendations to increase culvert sizes and improve water flow in that area. And from my knowledge, nothing has been done in that to improve water flow on that street. And now we're asking for more density, which does, if anytime you put impervious soil in, you have more runoff. Has that been addressed? Has this been brought back up? Where we study that, the amount. Now we have more hardscape, concrete buildings. There's more runoff. There's no secret to that. And it's now going to be affecting the road going down to an area that has not been addressed. I'm not sure why, and I'm not sure in what capacity, but there was that's an old study done in 2006. And from my knowledge, nothing has been done to address that area or that problem that is existing. So that's that's what scares me as a residential owner in that area is and I really don't agree that it is a nice transition into residential, because it sets a precedent for that next person to get scared and go, I'm looking into 3 stories, 4 stories, backyards. Someone's looking down into my bedroom. I might as well get out now while my property's ripe, and I can get a lot of money, and then we get another.
Mr. Cantor.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to have to interrupt you, but your time has expired.
Okay.
If you have additional comments you would like to leave, we'd be glad to read them.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I'm Scott Doug. I've been here before talking about flooding, and the reason I'm here tonight is because our house is about a half block down from this project. And yep, the water runs down from there too. The water comes up from the creek. The water comes down from Waldo Street. It is a disaster. You talk about repairing buffers. The staff members say we haven't been putting in floodplains. Our house was put in both a repairing buffer and a floodplain. It's a disaster down there. You know, I think I'd be better off coming down and talking about saving my trees than saving my house. We lost a 300-year oak tree. Just fell over. The arborist said the ground is wet. It doesn't dry out anymore. We lost 3 trees across the creek. You know why? Because we lost 3 feet of land to the creek. I've tried twice now to save my garage from this creek. So what I really want to talk about is here's yet another high-density project. And it's more overload on a system that your own report deemed as a threat to our homes 10 years ago. The owner's affidavit swears it's not going to be an impact. How do they know that? We're not supposed to talk about the condo development, but unless, Billy, I'm crazy, I saw this parcel referenced in the downstream impact study for that condo. Maybe I'm wrong. So it is important. The condo is important. All this is important because I've talked many, many times about flooding. And what I really want to talk about tonight is let's call it what it is. It's urban flooding. You want urbanization, let's call it what it is. It's urban flooding. These types of development are an impact. And I would like somewhere in this process for someone to stand up and go on public record that this development will not impact the flooding that we're suffering through already. We are about to lose our homes. Our house is 1 inch away from flooding, the whole house. Will this be the 1 inch? Which one of these things that you approve in this downtown area on this ridiculously antiquated open channel, eroding stormwater system is going to flood somebody's house? Which one? No one can tell you. If they can't tell you on this one, which one can they tell you on? I'd like to send this around because I'd like to take a little bit of time I have left to talk about urban flooding. And, you know, I am very encouraged by what I heard tonight. I am very happy to see you talking and asking and putting in these plans things about stormwater systems. We're in dire straits. But you're not going to do anything with those new plans for this neighborhood that make them worse. We need to have this infrastructure updated. So what I sent around here is something from a U.S. Geological Survey. It's sort of flooding 101, urban flooding 101. And I can give you the report. It's a good read, and it'll help put a lot of these things in context. But what that talks about, you'll see the graph. It's 2 streams in Washington. They both get the same floods, stormwater, flooding, impact to them. One's an urban stream, one's a rural stream. The key difference is the urban stream spikes. The same water comes in both streams, but the urban stream spikes. And that's what we're all seeing. The people who live down here, this isn't like it was 5 years ago. The water comes up fast. It goes over the road fast. It comes blasting down the stream fast. And that's what we're seeing. And then it's gone. And you've got to address that. You know, one of the things that the Dewberry study said is it was only going to take $4 million to fix Walnut Creek. And it also said that was 15% of the tax value of those homes in that area. Now, it sounds to me, regardless of what the staff member said, the town figured it could afford to lose those homes from a tax perspective. But I'm just wondering, has anybody here considered that the homeowners can't afford to lose these homes? And that's what it is. So please, put this on hold. Why can't you fix the infrastructure? Design for these spikes. Instead of turning loose a bunch of interior designers and fountain designers, turn loose these stormwater engineers. Turn loose the best and the brightest in the world-class stormwater development so these kind of urban flooding spikes don't flood homes in Cary as it goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, folks. My name is Kevin Slinkman, and I'd like to talk to you basically about stormwater, follow up on Scott. Fighter pilots in the Air Force have an old saying, speed is life, heat is death. It's basically a trade-off. And some decisions have been made, apparently, over the last 11 years. They're now starting to hit that trade-off point. For $200,000, I think we did, what was the Dewberry report, about $200,000? It's a lot of chunk of change, and it seems to be ignored. Now you're reaping what you sowed. These are people's lives. These are people's livelihoods. And yet, we're going to do we're going to develop stuff that we know from 10 years ago, a report was done. You talked about respecting numbers. Well, you've got the numbers. You've got the report. And also, these are your constituents. And yet, you'd rather work with a developer than work with your constituents. I guess it's mind over matter. Developers don't mind. Constituents don't matter. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next speaker, please.
It's me again. I'm Donna Clark, and I live at 111 Urban Drive. And I have a selfish concern, and I'll just be right up front. I don't want my neighborhood to be developed into a densely populated whatever, with townhomes or whatever is going to be there. I've lived there since 1987. I live next door to the Coutures. I have worked hard to keep my house adequate, beautiful, attractive, whatever. It's my retirement. I'm a retired school teacher from Wake County. That's my retirement. And, of course, I'm going to be very concerned about its value with whatever happens to our community. I love what has happened to downtown. I think Academy Street is absolutely gorgeous. My dogs love it. I love being able to walk down and get a hamburger and then go get some ice cream. I love that because it takes me like 5 minutes. I'd have no animosity towards anybody that is trying to build and make an income for themselves. I have no issues with that, but I do have issues with the infrastructure, and in walking around my neighborhood and getting people to sign the petition, it was amazing to me, the people that told me that they were starting to experience flooding in their yards. And I just can't believe that more density is going to make that problem not worse. And also our community, we're very tight. We're very tight. And I don't look forward to looking across the street and seeing a 3-story or a 4-story or whatever it's going to be. And again, maybe that's a selfish desire. And if it is, I'm selfish. But I love what we have. And if I had my way, development and the densely population could stop right at Hunter and I'd be fine. Of course, I know that's not realistic. But at any rate, there's not a home on that street there that is more than 1 story. And talking about it, the transition going from what we have now to maybe townhomes, it just doesn't, it doesn't feel good to me at all. And I appreciate you listening. I hope you'll take all of our concerns into consideration. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council members. Probably that's a little loud. Everybody awake now? So let me introduce myself. I'm Deborah Mueller, and I'm a current resident in the Wessex subdivision here in Cary, and going to be a future resident on Urban Drive. And our property is sort of across the street and to the right, as you're looking at this map that's currently on. So I'm opposed to the rezoning request. And I've taken the time to look through the application and the Cary community plan, and to kind of tell you more about my rationale for why I'm opposed to it. Let me tell you about my husband and I's vision. As we sought looking for our next home, we're trying to downsize, but the things that we love about the neighborhood that we're in now, mature neighborhood, being able to walk to the Arboretum. And who's kidding? My dog loves to walk to the Arboretum and get all the smells and that sort of thing. So when we were looking for our next home, we were very excited about coming to downtown Cary. We like the shops and the restaurants, and the downtown park area is absolutely beautiful. However, I am concerned that the high density that is proposed along the Chatham Street is going to eke into our neighborhood. And so that's one of my primary concerns. We had lots of opportunities to buy property, and we just closed on our home in November of last year. So we are currently spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to renovate the property that we're in. And kind of looking at the Cary community plan, I want to talk through some of the specific things that I'm concerned about with the proposed subject property. Number one, the building heights in most of the community is a single story. The proposed for the townhomes is multi-story. So I don't know about you, but aesthetically that just is not the same. When you're kind of looking for homes and places to buy, we do not want to buy in a place that was sort of the mixed use of townhomes and that sort of thing. We knew there was going to be development along the line of Chatham Street, and that was perfectly okay with us because then we could walk down easily and that sort of thing. Architecturally, I'm not sure how you get the feel of townhomes to be replicated by single-story homes that have front porches. Again, if you visualize, I've heard from a number of the neighbors or my future neighbors that, gather together, have conversations, cookouts at one another's houses, hang out on the screen or the front porch and that sort of thing. Don't know how that happens with 5 townhomes that are in a piece of property that's less than 0.2 of an acre, which leads me to my next point, the environmental impact. That's a fairly small size property to put 5 townhomes. As we go about sort of designing our home, we are expanding, but we've been very careful to pay attention to the environmental impact, making sure that we're not taking too much of the land. And then as we go about designing the landscaping, we're ensuring that we've got plants and trees and bushes and things that will attract wildlife. Our current home is designated as a wildlife habitat. I would be very happy if our future home would be to have that same designation. And finally, I would just ask that you, I know you've got a lot to take into consideration and you've heard from my future neighbors, but I would just ask you to really take into consideration. You've done a lot and spent a lot of money in developing downtown Cary. My husband and I are spending a lot of money to sort of develop our future home, what we call our forever home, and that vision that we had did not come with townhomes kind of being in our front yard. It came with a vision of being able to gather with the neighbors along their other single-story homes and gather at the beginning of the morning or at the end of the day. So I just ask that you take that into consideration, that we are not interested in having a neighborhood in which there are townhomes and would like to maintain sort of the look and the feel of the single-family homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Tim Deviney, and I own 400 Webster Street, which is at the corner of Urban and Webster. I currently reside at 117 East Park. I own a business in downtown Cary, a real estate firm, and I am in support of the rezoning request for this property. And the reason I am in support is the reason that I heard most of these people come down here and talk about how wonderful downtown is, and how the restaurants and the entertainment and all the many options that we currently enjoy in downtown Cary, they are currently taking advantage of. This requires density. The community plan the Imagine Cary plan was all about developing this walkable urban space, which is what this ties into. This is not about bringing more cars onto Urban Street. The demographic that will purchase condos and townhomes doesn't want to drive. They want to walk to the transit station that's going to be the current Amtrak station. They want to walk to dinner. They want to walk to entertainment. They want to walk to the new park, the marvelous park. All the things that are currently happening in downtown are drawing a different resident. Young millennials, older citizens that want to walk. This is what this project is about. And the fact that it separates the current single-family homes from the proposed condo project gives you that transition of a very, very viable product. I can assure you, I heard earlier a former, not a former realtor, but a comrade of mine, if you will, I'm a realtor also, say that you can't sell townhomes. I sell them all the time. Townhomes, condos, there is a very, very strong market demand for this type of housing in downtown Cary. People want to live here, and they don't want to have to crank their car to go everywhere. So I would ask that you consider this proposal. And I brought some of my friends from the Heart of Cary Association who are also in support of this proposed rezoning. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Addie Stagg, and I live at 114 Urban Drive, which is directly beside 110, which is the one that you want for the rezoning. I've lived there since 2008. I am against the requested rezoning of 110, given that it directly affects my house. Stormwater, rain, yes, it's in my yard, but the fact that the current owners have done nothing to maintain that home has been a concern of ours for a while. The traffic in general is terrible on our street. It is 7 days a week. If you have an event in downtown Cary, our streets are blocked off. If you have a car on each side, a single car can only get through. My car was nearly hit this past week. It's a regular occurrence that people speed through our neighborhood. The town of Cary recently put up speed limit signs, finally on our street, but they're on the second half towards East Park. There are none on our side, so people come back from work or head to work and they don't see anything in our section, and so they speed through our neighborhood. There are small children in our neighborhood. They go to their grandmother's house every day. They cross that road. They could easily be hit. Adding high-density, 3-story townhomes beside my home would be detrimental to the traffic in our neighborhood. Privacy, the 5 townhomes will be right beside my house. The construction will be right beside my bedroom. I will look out at 3 stories of townhomes. There will be a 6-foot privacy fence on the line. That is all that I get for a buffer. There are currently no plants between the homes. There is a single oak tree. That is it. The current property already has massive amounts of rain runoff into my yard and against our foundation. It floods during heavy rain, and having runoff from a taller, larger building will only be worse. Again, I mentioned that the current owners have done no repairs or upkeep on the current home, which is in disrepair. The tenants who currently live there have done their best to care for the home despite the lack of assistance from the owners. Revitalization includes remodeling and upkeep, maintaining historic value of homes. We are a historic neighborhood. The houses have been there forever. We have people who have been there since the 80s. They grew up there. I understand the revitalization of Cary. There are wonderful places downtown. I had intended to stay in my home with my partner, but as this has come up, he is now considering selling his home, which means we will have to move. I don't think I will stay in the county, given the fact that this is happening, especially in Cary. Durham has already dealt with the revitalization and gentrification of the downtown area. I'm completely against this rezoning. I have no hope of what will be built next to my house, besides something tall and encroaching on my property, with people on the third story staring into my backyard whenever I'm out there with my pets. I have to park on the road. If there is parking on the outside on that street, there's not space for additional cars. It's a small knit area. I know my neighbors. I like my neighborhood. I don't want to have to move. But if this does happen, I will have no choice but to leave my neighborhood that I had planned on being at indefinitely. And I don't know where I'll go. I really hope that you consider what my neighbors, friends, and townmates have spoken about tonight. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, thanks for your time. I really appreciate it. My name is Jeff D-Dug. I live at 232 Fairview Road. Been there for 10 years. I bought my house when I was 23. I was really proud of it. I was pretty young, bought a house. Since then, the reason I'm standing here is because I do disagree with the rezoning of 110 Urban. I want to provide a different perspective on the stormwater concerns that several people have talked about already. I live at 232 Fairview Road, like I said, and it's probably one of the lower parts of downtown Cary as far as that's concerned. Other than that house with the big bridge in front of it that gets knocked over every time the creek floods. I want to provide a little younger perspective than everyone else. No offense to everybody else, but while my friends are, they're the same age as I am, while they're buying houses and upgrading granite countertops and doing cool stuff to their existing home, I'm repairing sump pumps, crawling under my house, fixing AC air ducts that have been flooded through, and it's costing me quite a bit. I mean, it's a serious toll on my personal finances, so I can only imagine what everybody else in the area is going through. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, my name is David Sardina. I live at 307 Waldo Street, downtown. I love my town. I really do. I love Cary. The town of Cary. It's been good to me for like 31 years. Like I said, I moved downtown about 15 years ago. I love my neighbors. As you can tell, they're very passionate about it. We don't always agree on everything, but it's a neighborhood. I don't know. I know, Don, you've been there. I don't know if the rest of the members of the dais has been downtown and on Waldo Street and Urban and Webster and so on. If not, come on down and have a cup of coffee with me. I'd be glad to show you the area. There's been a lot of good discussion here tonight about a lot of things. Stormwater runoff, tall buildings, lack of trees, all important things. But I want to talk specifically about the property that's up right now. And I think some of the points that were made that might have been missed. This is one of my first meetings I've been to learn the process of how you guys review various plans. So sitting through the first couple of them was very educational to me and how you guys look at things and so on. One of the things that struck me, though, was we were talking about different developments and the one out in West Cary and so on in the housing versus office. He was talking about how many units per acre. And we were talking about 2 units per acre or 2.5 units per acre or 3 units per acre. On this property, we're not talking about an acre. We're not talking about a half acre. We're not talking about a third acre. We're not talking about a quarter of an acre. We're not even talking about a fifth of an acre. And they're talking about putting 5 townhomes on a fifth of an acre. Now, I understand density, right? I understand density is going to happen. But when does it stop? And how far do we go with that? Earlier in the night, people were talking about the trees and the canopy, which I thought was a very good subject to talk about. On less than a fifth of an acre, if you're going to build 5 townhomes with a parking lot to support those townhomes, is there going to be a blade of grass on that land? I mean, think about that. So I think that I talked earlier about the pendulum swing, and how it's been good. And for so long, I waited for the inertia to move the pendulum towards growth and revitalization of Cary. But I'm concerned that the inertia is going too far, and this is just one other chip that's going there. Do we really need one more lot with everything else that's going on, with all the discussion tonight about townhomes? Do we really need one more lot to have 5 townhomes on 0.19 acres in downtown Cary? Is that going to really affect the success of the businesses in downtown Cary? I don't think so. What you heard are passionate people who live there every day. Okay? So the issues they talked about are real. But on this particular thing, I think we're going one step too far. And I think the pendulum may need to stop swinging one way and at least start thinking about going back the other way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Julie Cox. Again, I live at 341 Webster Street. Well, I should say I own the home at 341 Webster Street. I currently live at 307 Waldo Street. And we're sort of in a predicament. At 307 Waldo Street, we could potentially have some large buildings behind us. We know this now. We know that this is what the zoning is. Should a developer come in and decide to put something large behind us, our other option would be to move down to our home that family lives in currently at 341 Webster Street, where we also are dealing with sump pumps and we're dealing with flooding from the creek behind the home. In addition, because it's on a corner lot of Webster and Urban, we're also dealing with the fact that we have constant traffic and constant people running the stop sign and speeding through the neighborhood. As Jennifer mentioned, I've served on the Town Center Review Commission. I've gone through the School of Government. A retention pond is something that we always steered away from whenever possible on the Town Center Review Commission. No one wants a pond like that near their home. Everyone knows it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes. The houses that back up to this particular parcel are going to be faced with that retention pond. And it's just a matter of time before, as Don Couture said, it continues to spread throughout the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Councilman. My name's Scott Corbin. I live at 111 West Park Street, and I run a business at 209 South Academy Street. I'm speaking in support for this project for a number of reasons. The first is that the time has come for us to begin to consider the needs of the small businesses and the investors that are trying to make downtown a better place to live, work, and play. I'm very sensitive to the needs of other homeowners. Living at Park Street, my life has changed significantly in the last 7 years. We've seen more traffic on our street, more people, more things going on, and sometimes it's a little hard to pull out of the driveway. But being able to walk to the things that I can now experience throughout my day, it's heartwarming. And to see the number of people that we're attracting to downtown. Used to be, a couple of years ago, I walked down the street and I knew everybody. And now I walk down the street and I don't know anybody. It's all new people. It's fantastic. And what I see about this particular parcel, for as small as it is, 0.19 acres, bring us 5 new diverse families or individuals to downtown. I think it's a great opportunity to demonstrate to our local businesses that we do support the continued growth of Cary Downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Landon, and I live at 309 Webster Street. And honestly, I don't think that the rezoning is going to impact me that much. However, I did want to reiterate what some of my neighbors have said, just in a personal experience. Next month, I will be paying about $6,000 to have my backyard regraded because it floods so much, and I'm on Webster, pretty far away from this. So this area really does have water issues. In our last big storm, my sump pump, I know because it's the middle of the night and the sump pump's right underneath my bedroom, it ran once every 55 seconds. It's a lot of water. But the real reason I wanted to come here and speak to you is to just tell you about my neighborhood. I live next door or somewhere abutting people of all different races and ages. When I moved in, I moved next to Mrs. Phillips, who was 99 years old. You may know some of you may know her. She's passed on. And across the street and one over are the family of the woman who used to live there, and she passed away. We still have people in the neighborhood who bought their homes originally in the 1940s. These are post-war bungalow homes. My house is 900 square feet, and it's been added onto. So I just wanted to ask you to really think about that transition, because that's not a transition, and I don't think we can fool ourselves into thinking that it is. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lee Rothstein. I work in downtown Cary. And I hope I speak for a lot of the downtown merchants. Urbanization and the plans that Cary has set forth to try to bring people to downtown. They want a walking environment. They want people to live close to downtown in order to be able to support the businesses. And once you bring, and I'm going to paraphrase what Councilman France said earlier, that if you bring people, businesses will come. And I think the development of downtown Cary is very important for everybody. We want a place where people live, play, and enjoy themselves. If you bring Raleigh, downtown Raleigh, their plan is a prime example of this. A lot of the high-rise, a lot of the building of residences, multiple-use residences close to existing neighborhoods. It happens. People will support it. I actually own commercial land in downtown Raleigh, and there are businesses in those. And by having that urbanization, one of the businesses is a gym. And it's right downtown, the corner of West and Hillsborough Street. Because of the residences downtown, they walk and enjoy and belong to the gym. And for a lot of the businesses downtown, bringing people in, having them to walk. People talk about transportation and clutter. the people who live in downtown or close to downtown are going to walk at night, going to walk to the restaurants. They're going to walk to the theater. They're going to walk to the arts. That's what people want to do today. They don't want to drive. So, yes, I'm in favor of development in downtown Cary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for letting me come again.
Could you pull the speaker down? There you go. Thank you.
My name is Sharon Douglas, and I live on Fairview. And I just want to...
Have you spoke at this public hearing already?
I did.
You are not allowed to speak again. I'm sorry.
Oh.
But you can leave comments with the town clerk, and we can get those comments.
Okay.
But we can only allow you to speak once. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing?
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. I was not intending on coming up this evening and speaking, but I feel...
Could you give us your name, please?
Oh, yes. My name is Karina Humans. I live at 417 Holtz Lane. Like I said, I wasn't intending on coming up, but I am so moved by all of the people that have come down here opposing this development. I feel passionately about this. I grew up on Long Island. And I saw a massive amount of development in my growing up years on Long Island, and it wasn't always good. A lot of historical homes were torn down for larger buildings and developments and things like that, and putting houses next to each other where you could reach out, as my dad said, and touch two houses. And I moved to North Carolina. I wanted a different way of life. I moved into my house on Holtz Lane in 1999. I love the neighborhood, so this is on the other side. It's newer development, but it's still part of that downtown Cary. I have put a lot of work into my home as well to update it. I feel that the area that we're talking about is the heart of Cary. That gives the town its character. When you start cutting into that, it's any town in the United States. We're talking about houses that were built in the 1930s, 1940s that need help with the flooding that they're having. We want to keep that character. When we have people that are coming to downtown Cary, which is absolutely wonderful, and I love it too. I love riding my bicycle downtown and grabbing something to eat and having a beer. But when I look at a massive amount of places built on a very small piece of land just so we have more people to walk to those downtown places, I just feel like you're taking away from the residential feel of the town. I feel as though these people are going to suffer. I feel like it's not a transition at all. We're putting in modern infrastructure in a historic neighborhood. Maybe on this land you put a nice craftsman house for a single family to live in. And maybe have something else on Chatham Street that may be a bit larger but still not 4 stories. I feel as though the town needs to be very careful with how you're looking at the residential areas that surround the downtown stores and shops and all of that and restaurants, and think about keeping that character that just Cary has, that puts Cary on the map, that makes it different from Apex or Wake Forest or other towns in the area. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, it's Andrea Hill again on Kinder Street, and I just want to agree with a lot of things that have been said. First, I want to say that I think there's just immense pressure now on this part of downtown Cary. It is a historic area. I'm living next to an original owner. Across the street, there's another original owner. The Keeners just recently passed. They were original owners. This is just an old historic area. I also love the fact that there's so many people from all walks of life, all ages, and I really love that. But I also think that we are really under pressure now with the sort of domino effect of development. On my street, they tore down a house that someone was living in until it was sold. It sold for $275,000. They tore the house down. They're now building 3 two-story houses. Every other house on our street is 1 story. This is happening in multiple places around the town, over on East Park and that area. I want to commend the one woman who spoke about remodeling her home on Urban. I want to see more and more of that happening. A lot of these are little houses, but now the pressure from development is so immense. If a developer can come in and buy a piece of property for $275,000 with a home that someone was able to be living in, and how is a homeowner going to come in and buy a little house? In this case, it wasn't that little, but some of these houses have still been very little, and how is a homeowner going to then buy it and be able to remodel it if a developer is going to outbid them every time? And I think if you set this precedent of a 0.19 acres, you're going to allow 5 townhomes to be built on that, especially when we're talking about, someone mentioned some of the other zonings you were looking at, and you really narrow it down to that. That is just a lot of houses on one piece of property, and like I said, will there be a blade of grass? So I don't think that's an appropriate transition. I do think you're really setting up a precedent for sort of domino effect and pressure in the neighborhood. I also want to mention some things about the flooding. With the new park, it's more hard surface. The library is going to be built there. You're going to have the parking deck. That goes into the creek, that goes into Fairview, Webster, Waldo, where you're going to have more water coming from that side unless you do something different. And then if you're going to have the pressure of runoff from Chatham coming down, so you're going to have more from both sides. You have to think about that, and you have to address that for the people that are in the flood zone. I'm not necessarily, I'm on a higher area, but I've also started experiencing more water in the crawl space. I'm going to have to put in a sump pump, and I'm on higher ground. I'm not near the creek. So that's something I really think you have to address. I think that was everything I had noted. Oh, I wanted to at least mention the fact, I know you wanted me to stay focused on the land that's being rezoned, but someone intimated that they were going to work together. I just assumed if this rezoning gets done, it's going to be sold to the corner property owners where you're talking about the 4-story condos. To me, that sounds like it's a done deal. I don't know if that's the case, but it seems like that's why it's getting rezoned, so it can be grouped together. And I want to say that it was really sad that the brick house on the corner of Urban and Walker was Urban and Chatham was never designated historic. It's a beautiful old place. It's kind of gutted now, and it's sad to see that. And I hope you would set aside some more places this is just historic and try and preserve the charm of the neighborhood. And I guess that's kind of it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else speak? We're going to close this public hearing and then open up to council members for comments. But before they do, I would like to ask my question. So based on the speakers, they have 0 or minus 50% confidence that we'll do anything with stormwater if development is approved. Address it.
I would love to have Mr. Lee or Mr. Brown come help with that question.
So you've got a lot of convincing to do because they don't believe anything you say.
Okay. Well, with every new development that comes in, there are stormwater management requirements that have to be met. So, and that mitigates, the newer development. Well, existing development now has no stormwater management, and thus no floodplain management. With the new developments coming in, there will be stormwater management required, which will mitigate the floodplain.
The new development. It will mitigate the new development. old issues will persist until something changes with the old issues.
That's correct.
But you're saying from an engineering standpoint that there are several methods to address the runoff where it will not make it any better. I heard one speaker say all it takes is an inch and he's done. So,
well, doing floodplain management, mitigating the 1, 2, 5, and 10 will help with the flooding downtown to a certain extent, only locally. As far as that, the 1 inch, that we're talking about the floodplain, and it's a pretty wide floodplain at that point. And the floodplain is the floodplain. That we didn't put it there; it's been there all along. They mentioned the TCAP flood study. We have done 20 projects since 2006 based off the TCAP flood study. It's been about $4.2 million in those improvements. But we've gone a little bit further in looking at those issues and the recommendations of the 2006 flood study. The fact is that study increased our standard service level, if you will. Typically, a downtown street like Urban or Waldo, the cross drainage is for a 25-year storm. And in the TCAP flood study, we looked at the 100-year and set our level of service at 100-year, which is above our standard. And they just ran the flood study, and that was it. And here's what it'll take to prevent streets from overtopping. Well, what the study didn't look at is how will it help mitigate flooding, structural flooding of the homes. And if you took out all the streets, all the culverts downtown and just had an open channel all the way, there is no benefit to structural flooding. In other words, some of the recommendations in the 2006 study don't have any benefit. So other than it won't flood the road. It still doesn't help the houses that are flooding, and that's really what we're concerned about. So there's no, we can spend the money to put that in, but it's not going to help the houses.
And that's because the houses are in the floodplain?
That's correct.
Okay. All of the houses that are having structural flooding in their crawl space are in the floodplain?
Yes.
Okay.
Even, again, if we took all the road crossings out and just ran the flood study without the road crossings, nothing backing up, the natural floodplain would not move that much.
Okay.
I have a question about that. I know floodplains can change over time based on development. The floodplain that we see here, is this caused by development in the area so that it changed, or were these houses built originally in a floodplain and at that time people weren't concerned about that as they are today?
We didn't have floodplain regulations at the time those houses were built, most of them, and so that was not a concern. But the floodplains, what I'm telling you is the floodplain pretty much has stayed the same.
Okay.
And the natural floodplain wouldn't change that much.
So the floodplain area hasn't changed, but the volume of flooding has increased in that floodplain area. Is that an accurate statement?
Can we dovetail that? We heard a testimony with the Scottish Hills thing that there's been an increase in rainfall the last 5 years, and that has impacted.
There has been more rainfall over the last 12 inches a year on average for the last 4 years. And so with the more rainfall, you get more flooding. And also, as mentioned, the crawl spaces flooding. As you get more rain, the groundwater table continues to rise. And as the groundwater table rises, that will also have an impact. And even in a house that's not near the floodplain, and so the runoff will come in, and it will cause the groundwater table to come up into the crawl space.
So to circle back around to what we're talking about tonight, which is a rezoning, this, in your professional opinion, the development, if it's built or not, is those houses are still going to flood.
Correct.
It will mitigate any additional flooding.
Yes, it can.
Okay. So are we done talking about floodplains, or do you guys want to have any questions?
Really talking about a rezoning.
Well, I know, but these are all issues.
It's relevant. I mean, it's...
It is.
At the end of the day, the residents don't really care if it's rained 12 inches more per year for the last 4 years or not. All they care about is their darn properties flood, and they're tired of it. While we've made some improvements that were identified in the Dewberry study, a little over $4 million worth. We haven't addressed them all. Nor are we entirely convinced that addressing all of them will resolve the problems.
Right.
To be totally honest with you, to even the people listening, addressing some of the problem means buying and knocking down some houses long term. That's reality. We've had to do that in other areas of town and to include downtown. This project will have to mitigate its stormwater runoff.
That's
for
correct.
The 1 year and what?
2 year, 5 year, and 10.
So 1, 2, 5, and 10.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not an engineer. I don't play one on TV. In your professional opinion, for the 1, 2, 5, and 10-year storm, will this project post-development make flooding less, the same, or better?
The same.
Okay.
Other questions?
That's all I got on flooding.
No, but then, just like a couple of years ago, we had 200 years.
Well, last July, we got what? 8 inches of rain.
1,000?
Yeah, it was crazy. But
fine.
You cannot. You can plan as much as you want. You cannot plan it for an act of God.
Right.
And that's what the one storm we had last year. I mean, my basement never flooded. It flooded.
Right.
I know a lot of other people's whose basements never flooded, and they flooded. So things happen. Also lost 4 cars to hail damage, but yay me.
What the hell?
I have a couple of questions
Go ahead.
before we get to, and I know that just to talk about where we are, this is in the public hearing process. Our normal processes in the past, not to just to let everyone know who hasn't been to this before, we normally ask questions. We give a limited amount of feedback so that as this moves to the process and it goes before the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation, we give a little bit of feedback and ask our questions so that it's more clear, hopefully, for everyone as it gets to Planning and Zoning, and then it comes back to us for our, time and discussion and deep dives and that type of thing, which is why I'm only going to ask question. There was some discussion, some of the public questions around parking and around speeding and traffic and that sort of thing. What is the plan for parking for these townhomes? Are they street parking?
I can tell you what the parking requirement is.
There you go.
So in mixed use or MXD, the parking requirement is 1 space per dwelling unit plus half a space for an additional bedroom over 1. So I remember someone making a comment about parking spaces and where would they go. In a townhome, they could be in a garage, or there could be a separate spot on the site for parking.
And so the developer would have to alleviate and ensure that all the parking is handled within the site for these
Yes.
units. Okay, thank you.
Can I immediately, that, on this site, or if it got combined, they could count spaces in the combined site?
Sure. Whatever property is contained in a development plan, they will have to meet the parking requirement or request the reduction appropriately.
So if it's going through the plan together, it can be bundled with the site plan for the other site?
That's not happening.
If this property was combined with another piece of property, we'd look at the entire
That's what I'm asking.
area in a development plan.
Okay, thank you.
I guess a couple comments. One is, you know how I like history. This is kind of a historic occasion because I think this is the first of many discussions very much like this that this council is going to have over the next few years when we have denser development abutting older single-family neighborhoods. And these discussions are not going to be easy, and they're not going to be easy for the neighbors, not going to be easy for us. We just need to be prepared, I guess, for that. Following the mayor's directive and not trying to look at the condos coming up on the corner, if we just look at putting the townhomes on this property in isolation, makes very little sense to me to move ahead with that. I think we have to look at it in consideration with the condos on the corner. And certainly 4-story condos, I can see it being called a transition to 3-story townhomes to single family. It makes a lot more sense than looking at it in isolation. But still, 5 townhomes on 0.19 acres, that comes to, if it were a full acre, 26 dwellings per acre next to single-family neighborhood. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around that. Please.
No, please.
As far as the house on the corner goes, someone mentioned that since I am talking about the two together. The house on the corner is on our historic inventory. And some members of the Historic Preservation Commission have ranked it very high on our historic inventory. Hopefully, hearsay, and it's only hearsay at this point, is that that house may be moved to another location and preserved and used. That's hearsay. Don't know, nothing to do with this rezoning, just to put somebody's mind at ease with that. I'd like to see what planning and zoning has to do with this and not make too many comments. The stormwater issue transcends this rezoning. It really does. And I wonder whether it's prudent to have a work session for us and for the public just on this issue, or whether it's good to have a public information system with our staff experts leading the way. 'Cause I think I could use some help on this issue. So, I mean, it may not be something we need to do tomorrow, but I think it's something we ought to consider.
Yeah, at least what options do we have?
Yeah, what are the options? What can we do, or why we are not doing it? But it transcends this rezoning, I think. It's a separate discussion.
Other comments?
Well, you know, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I mean, like you said, the day is coming where we better be prepared, because this is going to be the type of discussions we're going to have on and on. And if we probably go back to the minutes of 10, 15 or more years ago when we talked about starting to plan the vision to restore and revitalize downtown, those were the discussions. The day was coming when, as you have to have your balance of density for an urban area, it's going to rub up against homes from the 40s, you know, or older, and you're going to have a little bit of that culture clash. As a result of those conversations and those thought processes and what we've gone through with Imagine Cary and what we've gone through with the whole visioning process for downtown, there's a part of me that understands the concern about the density of five units, but the other side of the coin is that's exactly what we wanted here. And it's as hard as it is to say. Now, with the luxury of hindsight, you know, you always wish you could have done things differently, putting more focus on the fact that the topography will have a chronic stormwater problem. It's just something we're going to have to deal with on a case by case. So, the whole idea of maybe having a work session and looking at those options, it makes sense so that, one, it kind of helps us frame it as we keep looking at these applications that are going to come in. That's what we wanted for downtown. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but I think one of the questions we need to look at, is there a softer transition instead of a harsh line? I think that's what you were saying, Ed, the 5, should there be a different transition? I don't know, but mixing the stormwater on every application is going to really, it adds the emotion to it, but as we've heard from our engineers and everything else, that it's not going to make it worse, what we're putting in, whatever that density is or whatever that size is. So, I think we better be prepared for this, and at the same time, this is one of our first ones coming through like this, so we'll see how this plays out.
Well, I agree that we do want more density downtown. We got a lot of great insight today from the people who live in the area, both for and against, but one of the comments that I appreciated the most was one of the speakers who said, be careful. Because when you get it right, it enhances the community so much. And when you do it wrong, it just sticks out in such a bad way. And I think of so many communities I've been to where you see that harsh transition that doesn't flow correctly. And it's incongruent and it feels weird, and the property next door typically suffers from that harsh transition. I kind of feel like I need some more tools. And I think that as we go forward, and as Ed said, we're going to be doing this a lot, looking at these a lot, we need more tools than what we have right now. If there was some way to give us 3D renderings of the masses of the building, I'm not saying show me what the shutters are going to look like, but I want to understand what the mass of this building feels and looks like next to the mass of a building to its, I guess, south. Mm-hmm. What does that feel and look like? And then what's it going to look like if you could model for us what the condo building would look like? Because it's so hard for us to fathom 5 units on 0.19 acres. And we say we want density downtown, but it's really hard for us to even contemplate what that would look like. Mm-hmm. And I think it would help everybody if we could see some kind of massing 3D models. And I don't know how hard that is. I'm hoping you're going to tell me it's not that hard. I think in the future with augmented reality tools, I think we'll be able to stand at the site with a phone and hold the phone up and see what the massing would look like. If you want to explore that technology sooner than later, that'd be super cool. But because I think it's probably out there already. But we need that information before we can move forward. And what I don't want us to do is set the precedent that we have harsh transitions in downtown, and then we start saying, well, we did it over here in urban, and it's okay for us to do this here and here and here. And I think one of the temptations might be for someone to say, well, it's not really a harsh transition because in all likelihood the parcel next to it will redevelop at some point. But we have to contemplate the context of what this property would be built in with the assumption that it's not going to change, that people who are saying they're committed to their homes are committed to their homes and want to stay there. So it makes it tricky. But.
One thing I had hoped to hear tonight is something I've been talking to the residents that I've spoken with on this for the last month or so, which has been a lot. I hope to see this come forward with a lot of conditions. Mm-hmm. I really hope to see conditions regarding look and feel. I really wanted to see conditions regarding parking or, some of the concerns that we've heard tonight. What are 5 townhomes going to look like side by side up against the street when the front doors don't face the street? Mm-hmm. A lot of things that I think that given the right conditions, could have at least addressed some people's concerns. So I was kind of disappointed not to see that tonight. To possibly include even a visual or interpretation like we sometimes see, whether that could be a condition or part of the rezoning or not, at least the text written conditions that at least give the assurance that you're not just looking at the side of a townhome as you come down Urban. And it's my understanding that is not their intent. But we can't make a decision based on intent or what we think they're going to do or what we're told they were going to do. It has to be a condition, legally binding part of the rezoning.
Right. And
so I really hope by the time this comes back that we have some of that to address some of the concerns. Some of the other concerns addressed tonight are existing issues, the speeding and traffic. Now, I'll be honest with you. If you live on a street and there's you got bad traffic, but I've been on Urban now twice and sat there for 20 minutes, and I think one time I counted 4 cars. Now, was I there at peak times? No. Was I there in the morning? Was everybody trying to go to work? No. And as much as I drive it at least once a week or so, I don't consider it a high-traffic street. But if you live there for 20 years, traffic today is probably a hell of a lot worse than it was 20 years ago. So there is an ongoing problem. And I think as the mayor's already made comments that, and I know Sean's already taken notice of, what can we and will we do to better address that problem? I'm pretty sure, if my hunch is right, you'll see something happening out there tomorrow. And if one of you residents get a ticket, then so be it.
Don't call it.
There was a concern about decline in property values. I actually tried to do a lot of research on this. I really did. I can't find one community where they put up a nice new quality townhome condo building next to single family and had a detrimental effect to property values. It didn't. Contrary to the realtor that spoke, there is a huge demand for townhome development in this town. Now, maybe they don't like selling townhomes, or they might have a personal prejudice against them.
Yeah.
I can tell you the one my son-in-law was in, put it on the market, 6 hours later it sold. 10 grand more than asking price. Huge demand. The domino effect, I get that concern. I really do, especially if I live back in on Webster or some of the other streets. But when you look at the Imagine Cary plan, that's not what that calls for. It specifically calls out one of the slides. Actually, if you can bring back up the image of the walkable mixed-use corridor with the supporting neighborhood graphic.
This one?
Yay, thank you. You can see Urban there at the very far end. The supporting neighborhood part of this plan for the vision for Central Chatham only goes to Waldo Street. And in that green area right there is where we are calling for the more diverse housing opportunities, whether that be condominiums, apartments, townhomes, and or single family. Everything south of Waldo in the downtown part of the Imagine Cary plan does not call for that. So I can't say whether it would or wouldn't happen, but it'd be very hard for somebody south of Waldo to come in with a request for high-density multifamily when it not only doesn't meet the zoning, but doesn't meet the plan either, especially a plan we spent 4 years trying to get right with unprecedented citizen input. So, and the reality is this portion of the Central Chatham plan is right next to the East Chatham Gateway part of the downtown plan, which, if all goes according to plan, is supposed to be our highest, most dense, tallest part of the downtown plan period. So it's easy for me to say when I don't live here, but as you move more towards the east, seeing buildings get a little taller, a little denser as you get into that Eastern Chatham Gateway, there's some sense to that. So I also love how when we did the plan, we included a lot of images that actually give a visual reference for what we're looking for, and I think they do a good job of that. So those are some of my thoughts. I hope to have some of the concerns, at least that were raised here tonight, addressed by the time this comes back. I look forward to the Planning and Zoning Board's discussion on this, and people here tonight, please know if there are any changes made or anything that will trigger another public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, so where you would also have the opportunity to speak there as well.
And just kind of echoing what you said, showing the other slide, and since you have 79 back on, you know, today's harsh abutment, as you see here on the growth framework map, time is going to solve some of these problems. People, but that area is going to go through change. It just is. Sorry, but it is.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Probably after being at the concert last night, I should say here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. But you're welcome. But what your comments on the flooding, well taken. I didn't mean to step on you on that. I just know that this has been an issue in my neighborhood as well. Worse now, and they're blaming Glen Eyre for flooding, but there's been 12 inches more per year the last 5 years, so I just know it's a problem. And I wanted to assure the people that spoke that we were paying attention, and several of us up here, we pull your houses up and look at them on our computers while you're talking, so that's why we're on our computers. We're listening and looking at your houses. So I'm in Google right now looking at houses, so I want to let you know that. And I think the perfect place for our work session will be 307 Waldo for coffee. We can meet on site and see this firsthand because we've all been invited for coffee there. So I think that's a perfect place to have our work session. I just thought I'd volunteer David's house for us. So.
Any other comments? No. As Ms. France said, this is going to the Planning and Zoning Board. If there are any changes, there will be a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Board, and you will be able to speak of the changes. Not of the 4-story building, not of anything else, but just of the changes. Anything else, Ms. Gruber?
No, actually one thing. I'll respond to Mrs. Robinson's request for the visualization. I can't promise a 3D rendering. I can promise some kind of graphic tool that will help us visualize what that transition and massing would be like.
What would help?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you could use little wooden blocks. It doesn't really matter to me.
Legos?
Legos would be fine. I just need to understand what this massing
Certainly. I think that would be very helpful.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for all the folks that came out, and please stay involved in the process. Okay, we're going to move to our only discussion item, and it's a contract to operate Go Triangle 300 service. Mr. Howell will present this, and council may take action. Mr. Howell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I do present to you for your consideration a new agreement between the town and Go Triangle for the operations of their Route 300. This agreement is not new. We have had a strong partnership since 2011, where we have operated their Route 300 and previous versions of said route on Saturdays only. This route connects downtown Cary and downtown Raleigh on Saturdays as operated by Go Cary currently. The regional collaboration as a part of the Wake County Transit Plan in its first year of implementation, the addition and expansion of Sunday service by all 3 operating agencies in the county was deemed as a high priority by their respective boards and councils for FY18 implementation. This agreement, as presented to you tonight, builds on the previous agreement and seeks Go Cary operations of Sunday levels of service as well as continued on Saturdays. By implementing coordinated Sunday service additions between all agencies, there are many benefits for Cary, our operations, and our citizens. This regional connection will help feed more ridership to use our Go Cary system by connecting with our local routes at the depot. By operating this route on behalf of Go Triangle, Go Cary will also get increased exposure around NC State University and downtown Raleigh. And this agreement allows for efficient use of Wake County Transit Plan dollars due to Go Cary's lower operational costs as compared to Go Triangle. So with that information, staff's recommendation is that council adopt the attached resolution approving Go Triangle contract number 17, referred to as the agreement, and authorizing the town manager or deputy town manager to execute an agreement substantially like the agreement and to provide such notice and take such action as agreement contemplates. Thank you, and with that, I will now take any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Howell? Comments?
I don't have any questions, but I just think it's great that we can add Sunday service and it doesn't cost the town anything.
Absolutely.
I mean, if anybody needs to get any one thing out of that, that's really cool.
It's excellent.
Wonderful thing.
That means it's
Isn't
worth
it?
a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, make a motion
Motion to approve.
to move forward with the staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That completes our agenda for the regularly scheduled meeting. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to begin our quasi-judicial items. We'll reconvene our meeting and move to our quasi-judicial items. Tonight we have an annexation and an evidentiary hearing, 16 SP 038 Hillstone at Alston Center. This case is before us tonight because the applicant has requested modification to the town development standards and the number of units proposed. As a reminder to those in attendance, even though we are in the council chambers, an evidentiary hearing is more like a court case. Council acts like a judge and can only accept evidence, material and substantial. The North Carolina and United States Constitutions give the applicant certain due process rights in the evidentiary hearing that the council must comply with. The Constitution really ties our hands on what evidence we can accept, and I apologize in advance for what may seem like a burdensome or a complex process. We will consider competent, material, and substantial evidence from anyone who testifies. By law, we can only accept testimony from expert witnesses regarding whether this development will affect property values and whether any increase in traffic resulting from this development will pose a danger to public safety. To those that are with us this evening intending to testify that are not qualified as experts, we can only accept testimony from you on factual issues, not on what you have observed. Our contractual attorney, who's sitting to my left, will help us determine who is an expert and who is not, and what is evidence we can consider. The hearing procedures and rules, detailed rules, are attached to the printed agenda, and all speakers who want to speak during this public hearing must be administered an oath by our town clerk, Mrs. Johnson, who is seated to my right. And at this time, we'll pause to allow those individuals who'd like to speak at the public hearing to approach Mrs. Johnson and receive their oaths, and council will pause from any action until this has been completed.
Remember that, John?
17.
I haven't seen anything.
Was it,
Arizona Diamondbacks.
Billy Idol?
You could probably.
At this time, I'll ask council members if they've had any site visits, ex parte communications, financial relationships, special knowledge, or close relationships to an affected person to disclose, starting with Mr. Urhoff.
I have not, Mayor.
Ms. Bush?
I have not.
Mr. France?
Couldn't even find this place without a GPS if I wanted to.
I have not. Mr. Smith? Mrs. Robbins?
I have not.
Mr. George, okay. Based on the disclosures we've heard from our council members, at this time I would invite any party to this matter if they have an objection to council members' participation in this hearing. Seeing none, we'll continue and we'll open the quasi-judicial public hearing, and Mr. Hales of our staff will introduce the item.
Thank you, council, and due to late hour, I will do my best to make this as efficient as possible. Leon Capital Group is requesting council consideration this evening for a development plan for a multifamily residential use located near the intersection of NC 55 and McCrimmon. And this request does include bringing the property into the town limits and reducing the parking typically required by town's ordinances. The site's approximately 21 acres, located just north of the intersection of NC 55 and McCrimmon. The site has vehicular access to both NC 55 and the future extension of Highcroft Drive being constructed currently by the Alston Village Apartments. The site is located within the Alston Regional Activity Center, more specifically the McCrimmon neighborhood, which is a predominantly residential portion of the Alston plan intended to support the non-residential uses planned in the Alston Town Center neighborhood to the north. Phase 1 of Alston Town Center, you may be aware, is completed and is currently being leased. The Alston Village multifamily development is located to the west, which council saw last year, and there are 2 undeveloped properties located immediately south of this project. The site is predominantly wooded, with trees ranging in size from 8 to 43 inches in diameter. There is an existing house site, which we'll talk about a little more in a moment. The Nancy Branch Stream Corridor defines the northern property line separating this development from the Alston Town Center shopping center. A series of north-south ridges cross the property, representing some topographical challenges to development of the property. As mentioned before, there is a single house on the property along NC 55 that will be removed prior to development of the property. And the larger diameter trees I mentioned earlier surround the house site today and are generally in very poor condition due to their age, natural aging, and poor maintenance practices throughout their lifespans. To put the proposed development in a little better context with the surrounding developments, this plan shows a composite of the Austin Town Center Phase 1 plan, the proposed site plan outlined in red, and the Austin Village plan to the west, as well as the existing Panther Creek High School on McCrimmon. The plan before you this evening includes 205 multifamily units in 2 buildings located along the southern edge of the site. A new street network is being created to connect vehicles from NC 55 to Highcroft Drive, as well as to the adjacent properties. The eastern side of the property, which you don't see a lot of color on, is being reserved and developed for non-residential uses. The grayed out site plan is an associated site plan that's running alongside this one, but not part of this site plan, for a Lidl grocery store proposed between the internal street and the Austin Town Center. And then there's a future reserved, slightly smaller, non-residential out parcel on the south side of the new street. Stormwater for the site is being treated in 2 constructed wetlands, one in the northwestern corner and one in the southeastern corner of the site.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Kevin. Could you go back and tell me where the grocery store is?
So this is the grocery store.
That's the grocery
footprint,
store.
and the roads do connect. It's just the way the image is aligned. The 2 buildings are 4- and 5-story splits due to the topography on the site, and that they're located along that internal street again. The building exteriors use a fairly modern form with parapet roofs. The exterior materials are basically a brick base supporting upper floors of cementitious siding. The color palette is neutral, using red and tan earth tones in the facade. And each building frames a community recreation area on the backside. The plan does include one modification to the town's required standards, and that includes this for parking for multifamily. The standard ratio in the LDO is 2.25 spaces per unit, plus a half additional space per additional bedroom over 2. And based on the applicant's proposed unit mix, the LDO would require 469 spaces, which is a ratio of just over 2.25 spaces per unit. The plan as proposed includes 326 parking spaces at a ratio of 1.6 spaces per unit. This represents a 30% reduction in the required parking, which is the largest reduction that council may consider under the current ordinances. That concludes staff's introductory presentation, and we will be back to provide professional observations on the case following the applicant and any other speakers. And at this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Barron to present his case. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant, Leon Capital Group. Here with me tonight, in addition to Brian Nicholson of Leon Capital Group, who you will be hearing from tonight, are Mr. Ed Tang of Withers and Ravenel, who's doing the engineering and land planning for the site, Mr. Earl Llewellyn of Kimley Horn and Associates, who's conducted traffic studies associated with this development, and finally Mr. Todd Noel of Noel Consulting Group, who has done the parking analysis that relates to the reduction that has been requested and is before you all tonight. I will keep my comments as succinct as possible. Kevin did a good job of outlining essentially what the request is. This is a 20-acre site with 205 multifamily units. The request for you all is a site plan approval with a 30% parking reduction. I believe at the conclusion of our testimony, you'll agree that the expert evidence that you will hear demonstrates that we satisfy the code requirements for approval of the site plan, including the associated parking reduction. With that, we will call our first witness, Mr. Ed Tang.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ed Tang with Withers Ravenel, 115 McKeenan Drive here in Cary. Just a little recap of my background and qualifications. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Florida Institute of Technology. I'm a registered professional engineer in Florida and in North Carolina. I've been in practice of civil engineering for the last 23 years. My professional role at Withers Ravenel, I'm currently a senior project manager. I've been so since 2013. Previously, prior to that, I was with another local firm for 10 years as a project manager. My portfolio of projects have included residential, multifamily, commercial, institutional, and municipal type projects, mostly here within the town. My specific role in this project is I am the lead engineer, senior engineer on the project. I'm here to discuss the overall design of this project, and because I personally have overseen the development of this site plan, I'm going to be here to address 5 of the 6 criteria, as you know, for the approval of such a site plan. A brief orientation, as Mr. Hales had gone through, so bear with me, I'll try to be brief. The site is approximately 21 acres, located within the Alston Activity Center in northwest Cary. The surrounding uses, there are some vacant parcels to the south, as was mentioned earlier, and on that graphic on the screen that's located at the bottom of that image. To the left-hand side of that image is the extension of Highcroft Drive, which is currently under construction as part of the Alston Village apartment project that you all saw last year. And to the left and bottom of that screen is the campus of Panther Creek High School. And along the right-hand side of the screen is Highway 55. And as Mr. Hales mentioned before, there is another site plan that is in review for a future grocery store that's on this graphic, not colored in, but kind of shaded out so you can see how it relates, and then another future out parcel. There are 2 main roads that we are bringing into the site from Highway 55 and Highcroft Drive. These are 2 private streets that, as you can tell, will allow people to enter and exit the site, connects at 2 points, and provides future connectivity to the surrounding parcels. The approval criteria, I'm going to address 5 of them, and Mr. Earl Llewellyn is going to address the last one as it relates to traffic. The first criteria is, does the plan comply with all applicable requirements of the LDO? And I will say that it does. Over the past several months, I've worked with town staff to address the comments we've received to make the site plan that you see before you comply with the LDO. We are currently down to 12 comments, and as typical with hearings like this, we would be, as part of any approval conditions, we would address any of the remaining comments. And through our working together with the developer staff, we've been able to ensure that this plan meets all the technical requirements of the LDO. Thus, the plan is clear of any major comments that are left. The site has been designed in compliance with the development and the design standards of Chapter 7 and 8 of the LDO, as well as other provisions, such as the Alston Activity Center plan, with the exception for the request, as Mr. Hales mentioned before, for the parking reduction, in which Mr. Todd Noel will address later on in the testimony. The second criteria is, does the plan adequately protect other property or residential uses located on the same property from potential adverse effects of the proposed development? This area, known as the Alston Activity Center, is planned as a mixed-use center. There are no residential uses that will remain on this property that we would be adjacent to. The properties to the south are currently vacant. In addition, while this particular portion of the Alston plan is largely undeveloped, there are projects, as have been discussed earlier, that are currently being reviewed by the town that will complement this residential use. The adjacent Alston Town Center Phase 1 is now open for business with shops and restaurants, and the planned future Whole Foods that will anchor that site. Notably, this site plan has been appropriately coordinated with another recently submitted site plan, and that is, I'm referring to that grocery store site that's shown on this image that is part of the overall tract, but separate site plan. And we've additionally designed and worked with the developers and owners of the tracts to the south of this to provide logical connection points for them when they choose to develop their properties. And in addition, we've provided perimeter buffers where needed in accordance with the Alston plan along streetscapes. The third criteria is, does the plan provide harmony and unity with the development of nearby properties? By starting with a relatively blank slate, we were able to design the site in a manner that is harmonious and provides unity development for the overall Austin Activity Center. Further, this use is a use that is consistent with the zoning for the property under the overall Austin plan. The development is therefore consistent with it and ensures that it will be harmonious with any of the adjacent uses that are either planned or currently built or under construction. We have a high school next door. We have other multifamily to the west of the site, and there's a commercial all along Highway 55 there. So this plan does provide unity and harmony with the contemplated uses within the Austin Activity Center. The fourth criteria is, does the plan provide for safe conditions for pedestrians and motorists and prevent a dangerous arrangement of pedestrian and vehicular ways? In line with the vision behind the Austin Activity Center, the site has been designed to encourage pedestrian and bicycle activity. On this plan, if you can make out, there are sidewalks on both sides of our streets. There are sidewalks internal to the project around the residential buildings that will connect residents to be able to walk from where they live out to the retail sites along Highway 55 and next door into the Austin Town Center Phase 1. There's sidewalk connections to Highcroft Drive, so this is a pretty well-connected area for the people that are going to live here. We've designed this so that there are little to no dead ends. The site circulates well in terms of providing safe connectivity for cars and for people so that we don't arrange it in a way that makes it dangerous for either. The fifth criteria that I wanted to address is, does the plan provide safe ingress and egress for emergency services to the site? The plan's been designed so as to not interfere with the ability of emergency personnel to enter the site. There's easy access from Highway 55 and Highcroft Drive via McCrimmon Parkway immediately to the south of this image. There are internal access drives that connect to the major thoroughfares and collectors, and the site is interconnected with adjacent properties to provide for efficient and adequate access for emergency vehicles. I'd like to conclude by summarizing that, in my professional opinion, I believe that the proposed plan complies with all the applicable requirements of the LDO, including Chapters 7 and 8 of the Austin Plan. I also believe that the plan adequately protects other property from potential adverse effects and is harmonious with the development of nearby properties. Finally, I find that the plan provides safe conditions for pedestrians and motorists and provides safe ingress and egress for emergency services to the site. At this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Earl Llewellyn, our traffic engineer, to speak more about our project. I'll be available to answer any questions at the end. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Earl Llewellyn, traffic engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates, registered professional engineer in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. I've worked in the traffic engineering and transportation field for over 27 years now. I oversaw preparation of this traffic study, which has since been reviewed by DOT and your town staff. The subject plan before you shows 205 multifamily units. However, the traffic study actually analyzed 235. That's in addition to the grocery store that we were talking about earlier. So having analyzed more units, the study is conservative in that regard, that it likely overestimates the impact. As stated by Mr. Tang earlier, primary access will occur via a full movement access onto Highcroft Drive, a right-in, right-out access onto NC 55, and a right-in, right-out leftover access that's already existing on NC 55 just to the north, constructed by the Austin Town Center project. Based on the traffic analysis for the overall project, the following roadway improvements are recommended. They include extension of the northbound left turn on NC 55 at McCrimmon Parkway, extension of the northernmost eastbound left turn lane on McCrimmon Parkway at NC 55, construction of an exclusive southbound right turn lane on NC 55 at the proposed right-in, right-out drive, It's also important to note that neither the grocery store nor the multifamily will be able to receive COs until all these improvements are in place. So no matter which project goes first, all the improvements will be in place by the first occupancy. With all the improvements in place, all intersections in the study area will operate at level service D, with the exception of the intersection of NC 55 Carpenter Fire Station Road. However, the traffic generated by this project only accounts for less than 1% impact at that intersection. This projected poor level of service there is primarily due to existing conditions, other approved projects in the area, and a background growth rate, annual growth rate that we use in the traffic studies. But very, very little impact from this project. The town also has a project, improvement project at this intersection that it's my understanding would begin sometime approximately 2018 that would greatly improve operational perspective as well as the level of service at that intersection. Based on the analysis, it's my professional opinion that the proposed planned mitigations for the traffic impacts, my professional opinion that proposed plan provides mitigation of the traffic impacts reasonably expected to occur from this project. And happy to address any questions at the appropriate time.
We'll call Mr. Todd Noel of Noel Consulting Group as our next witness.
There it is. Good. I was wondering if that's going to come up or not. My name is Todd Noel, Noel Consulting Group. I am a consultant out of Atlanta. Work with real estate developers all over the country. And I'm going to ask, how do I do this? Right arrow? Okay. That's who we are. Some of you may have seen me before. I was here a few years ago. About 75% of our work every year is for private sector developers. About a quarter of our work is for public sector clients. I actually came out of the public sector. I used to work for the city of Charlotte in a long ago past life. I appreciate meetings, public meetings like this. Sometimes I'm happy I'm doing my consulting thing and not here at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night. So you have my appreciation and my sympathy a little bit with that.
Both, sometimes we're happy too.
We do about 200 to 300 engagements a year. Apartments have been hot for quite a while now, so a lot of our work has been focused on apartments. In markets as big as right now, we're working in Jersey City, Boston, D.C., Los Angeles, all the way down to I've done work in El Dorado, Arkansas. Good luck finding that one on a map. So, but I wanted to give you a little bit. There's some markets we've worked in. I'm not going to go through every slide. I think you guys have seen the deck that we've sent to you. So I'll mercifully try to go fast with this, but drive home a couple of key points. Two big groups driving real estate these days: baby boomers, those folks who are increasingly hitting that 60-plus mark, and millennials. Everyone loves to talk about millennials. And both of those two are huge generations and really driving decisions. Millennials have been in apartments for a while. They're staying in apartments longer than folks anticipated. The big thing, and someone asked me a couple of years ago, my biggest surprise with the current wave of apartment development and how it's gone on so long is the baby boomers shifting over into rental positions. A lot of folks, and we'll talk about this in a second, may have a home here. They may have a home in the mountains, on one of the lakes, down at the coast. And they say, why are we paying for two houses? Why are we maintaining, paying insurance, doing all this kind of stuff? Let's sell the house in suburban Raleigh, Charlotte, Atlanta, wherever it is they live, and let's get an apartment. Try that, do something a little bit more urban, more walkable. Keep the house at the coast. That's probably where we're going to end up retiring. And so that trend has really taken a hold. Markets like Bethesda, Maryland, outside D.C. are loaded with folks moving in to be in more walkable locations and kind of switch off from that home ownership. Depressing slide real quick, but this is how home ownership has changed since 2006. It has not improved. It's actually gotten a little bit worse since then. But that younger generation really is not too excited about home ownership and really not in a position to purchase homes, and even at the more mature levels. And I think you'll see those numbers drop lower at those more mature levels over time. Again, 55, 64, 65, 74. This is growth of renter households in the last 4 or 5 years. We're up to 2017. I expect these numbers have jumped a good bit. And we did some talking to leasing agents in this area and actually found out in rental apartment communities that are next to grocery stores and next to more stores like that, you tend to see a higher concentration. Arboretum, I think, was one where we saw around 40% or so, according to the leasing agent, folks who are in that 50, 55, 60-year-old range. A lot of divorcees, a lot of mature folks. I guess they want to go to Ruth Chris or some other places like that. So, but certainly even at Bradford and some of those places, we heard 20, 30% more mature, and you could just drive up and just look around and see those folks there. I'm not going to spend too much time going through all the generational shifts. I think it's no big surprise, and you guys have heard me say before, millennials, and I think it's true of boomers, love walkable places. 47% say it's important to live and work without relying on a car. About 2/3 prefer or require walkable locations, and the same number want to live in a community close to shopping, dining, work. I should note the chart is for millennials. It's not for everybody. Encouraging thing for Cary and other locations is about half of millennials prefer a suburban location. Everybody thinks they're all going to run downtown Raleigh or downtown Charlotte, Atlanta, D.C., wherever. But half of them actually feel comfortable in a suburban location but want more walkability in that location. Let me see here. This is a scary slide. I own a business, and I have a bunch of these kids running around. Millennials are now the largest group in the labor force. And by 2025 or so, they're going to comprise close to 70% of the labor force. Companies are scrambling to go where millennials want to be. And even Research Triangle Park has realized that that's a big factor for them as they compete with the Bostons and other locations. If you're a suburban campus and you have to drive everywhere, you're going to have a hard time attracting the top talent. That's why they're looking at doing mixed-use villages within the park to try and increase that walkability. So that's an important factor. That does drive where companies go. I live in Atlanta. NCR was in Gwinnett County and was having trouble attracting talent out there. They're moving all their folks into Midtown. So it really is a big factor for where these companies are going. I always put renters on a kind of a spectrum between folks who value convenience, folks who value lifestyle. The site is highly convenient. It is only about 4 or 5 miles to Research Triangle Park. So that's a big advantage, folks, and I'll show you a stat in a second about wanting to be close to work. It also offers some lifestyle components. It's going to be close, as we talked about a second ago, with the Lidl potentially coming in front. You've got the Whole Foods, other shops right there. So it does offer the potential with the right connectivity to be more of a mixed-use type environment. So it does have potentially broad appeal for those who value convenience, but also those who value walkability and more of a lifestyle type environment. I'm going to skip a few things here. This is what I wanted to hit. This kind of actually follows up on that. This is a survey we did with Research Triangle Park folks. These are people who are renters and answered our survey. We interviewed about 1,000 people who work for the companies in Research Triangle Park. About 72% said they wanted to be closer to work, even if it meant making a trade-off, in this case, home with less square feet. About 90% said, I want to live where I can walk to stores or restaurants. Wow. So that's a huge amount of folks that would like to be in walkability in locations like this. Left side being much more of a convenience, right side being more of a lifestyle kind of a play. We asked people about what would increase your interest in living in certain locations. Environment where I don't have to drive as much, about half people said that, and these are not just renters, but everybody. Greater quality and variety of retail and dining was a big factor for folks. Small park or green space, access to transit, ability to live in a mixed-use environment. Those things in green are all things that the location kind of drives. Schools I probably should have made in green on the far right-hand side. The gray bars there are more of what the developer can provide or do on site. Big thing here, and I used 75 plus. I could have used 50,000 income plus. There's a pretty good split between singles and married couples, about half and half, and that is indeed in our interviews with leasing agents. Who's driving this? Not a lot of roommates out there. It's just not a big roommate location or roommate market. Other family tends to be single-parent households, and those folks tend to, in many cases, be a little bit more income constrained, aren't usually your Class A brand-new apartment renter. And then other deal, 34, 35% between 25 and 34. but that leaves a good 65% of renters in this area being above 35 years of age. So, and you can see 23, 32, 33% above 45. So there's a pretty big market out there for a more mature renter in this area as well. I'm going to skip some of these stats real quick. You've seen them. We're kind of low in terms of millennials. I don't think it's probably too much of a surprise for you folks. Higher in terms of 55-plus renters than some of the other towns in the Wake overall, and that's an audience that's going to grow, as I mentioned, with some of these bigger trends. Very well educated, very well educated. And then a pretty fair amount of renters paying a lot, $1,250 or above. Apex, Holly Springs have more, but they don't have many apartments. That's mostly people renting houses, and that's what's driving that higher rent level there. This is the big slide that I was going to point to. We did a lot of interviews. We probably talked to, I didn't add them up, but I'll say roughly about 9 or 10 different apartment communities, largely newer stuff that's been built in the last few years, about who rents different units in this area. And what a couple of things to point to. There aren't many studios out here. Our experience and from talking to folks is it's about 100% of people who live in a studio are going to be single. About 3/4 of people who live in a one-bedroom are going to be singles. There are some couples who will double up for savings. They may be saving to buy a house, but they would go into a one-bedroom. When you switch to twos, it becomes more heavily a true couple audience. Some roommates in there, a few singles who are a little bit more affluent and can afford that next bedroom, and then a few families. And then when you get to the 3 bedrooms, it's a family environment. One thing I did not put on in here that I wish I had was the mix of units. You can see there's a proposed unit count kind of on that right-hand box there. About 59% of the units proposed at this site are 1 bedrooms or studios. About 41% are 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms. The average of the projects that we looked at was about 44% and 56%. So this is a great deal more 1 bedrooms or units with 1 bedroom, or in case of a studio, you can argue no bedrooms. So that's a pretty big shift. Your ordinance is based on parking per unit, not per bedroom, as I understand it. So that's kind of when you add unit mix into that, it adjusts things a pretty good amount. So that's an important thing to note. We took a look at total units by market audience, dropped them down, and just took the mix and weighted them by the preference by different folks, and then looked at the potential adults per unit. If it's a couple, we're assuming that both are of legal age. If it's a single, we're assuming that person is obviously living alone. Roommates, we assumed a couple in each unit. And then families with children, we assumed there were 2 parents. And that most of the kids, and from talking to the leasing agents, were younger. And these are typically people who come in after the school year started, may build a house, look for a house, and then they move out in June into a unit. The new folks come in late in summer, and it turns over like that. Applying all the math, we end up with about 311 adult drivers, assuming that they're all drivers. In some cases, there are some singles with 2 cars. There are a good bit of couples, from what we've heard, that have 1 car. It may be a more mature couple. It may be a foreign-born couple here that's working. It may be a family that's saving money and only owning 1 car. So assuming about 311 drivers, that's about 311 spaces. In my experience, we've seen about 5% of total unit count go to visitor parking and leasing parking. I think your ordinance is 0.25 per unit, which assumes that about 1 in 4 people have a visitor at the same time, which is pretty high. Given that most of the renters, 2/3 are 35 and above, that's very high. So I feel like that our experience has been this more like 5%. So you give that 311 about a 5% bump, and that gets you to about 326, 327, a little bit of rounding in there. And that's kind of where, from our math, from talking to leasing agents about the ratio that seems about appropriate for that. Walkability, I'm not going to hit too much on that, but just information for you guys. This is a walk score. For every point increase in walk score, in Atlanta is the highest in the nation right now, about 1.7% increase in home value. So there are implications beyond just the rental market. Walkability is a big factor in the for sale market as well. And then lastly, well, two last things here. Walkability in Cary. Our site right now is about a 9, which is about as low as it gets, but there hasn't been anything built yet in this area. So as you build the retail, as you build residential, connect them up and keep the walk interesting, then that will bump that walk score up pretty good. About the highest we have in the area, downtown Morrisville, about a 63, downtown Cary, about a 59. And when you get over towards some key areas in Raleigh, it jumps into the 70s, so much more walkable. And the point being, parking kind of is the opposite. The more parking you do, the lower the walkability is. That's a key kind of judgment and battle you guys have to keep in mind with this. Finally, and this is finally, parking is obviously changing. We have things like Uber, Lyft. We also have driverless cars becoming more of an issue. Zipcar, where people can rent the car for an hour or for the day. All these things are really changing the way parking is looked at. And there are certainly arguments about the cost of parking being passed on to renters. The more parking you build and require, the more that jacks up folks' rents. So there's some sensitivities to that. And then apartment communities, we're seeing a lot more conference rooms. Every time I go to one that does not have a conference room, they come back and say, I wish I had a conference room. A lot of folks who work from home can host meetings, and they do host meetings, and they really do try to focus on the technology, conference rooms, kind of office kind of concepts, use of shuttles, carpool programs, zip cars, things like that to try and keep parking down. So I think that is everything. Kind of summarizing, we estimate about 326 spaces are needed on site. That includes spaces for 311 residents who would have cars, about 15 more that would have visitor parking allotted for visitors or leasing spaces during the day.
I've got one quick question for my witness, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Noel, based upon the testimony you provided, is it your opinion that the requested parking reduction advances the goals and purpose of the ordinance and will be sufficient to satisfy the demand for parking expected for the use based on the nature of the use, the number of trips generated, the number of times a day when the use generates the most trips, and the extent to which other establishments are located on the same property may reduce the number of vehicle trips required between different establishments?
Yes, that's my opinion.
Thank you. That's the conclusion of our evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Barron. This time I'll invite other speakers who have been sworn in and wish to speak in support of the application to approach the podium. Seeing no one, will continue. Cross-examination from staff? Nope. Okay. Then anybody that's opposed to the request, I would ask that you approach the podium. No one in opposition. And staff for professional observations about the request.
Thank you, Council. I'm not going to reiterate everything that's already been covered. We'll add a little bit more in regards to the parking reduction, since that is the only deviation they are requesting from the town's standards. Otherwise, the plan is generally consistent with everything the town requires. The proposed 1.6 space per unit ratio is very similar to the 1.8 space per unit ratio approved last year for the Austin Village Apartments located to the west, so this is not too far out of line with other projects in the area. Approval of this would advance the goals and purposes of reducing rarely used and decreasing the amount of pavement on site. In fact, this reduction, the 100 and some spaces, would result in almost just under an acre of additional land. To put that in context, that's the area of that parking lot behind Building 1. So it's a decent amount. And then the nature of the environmental and topographical impacts, the topography and the stream buffer running along the north definitely has an impact on the available layout options they've got on the site. In addition, the Austin's plan does really support the walkable community that Mr. Noel was talking about. There is no additional on-street parking to supplement the on-site parking. However, the development is within walking distance of many services. The first phase of Austin Town Center and the future phases, which are even larger, of Austin Town Center will provide a lot of the commercial services. It's within walking distance of a school, and hopefully more development will occur in the Austin plan in the future. I'm not going to reiterate Mr. Llewellyn's testimony. They are proposing extensions to 2 turn lanes at the intersection and providing a right turn lane at the right in, right out entrance along NC 55. And that concludes staff's presentation. As a reminder, council does have 3 actions before them this evening that should be taken in the following order. First, action on the annexation 16A09 to bring the site into the town's corporate limits. Second, action on the 30% parking reduction being requested. And finally, action on the site plan itself for the 205 multifamily units. We will be available should you have any questions, and I thank you.
Okay. Let me catch up to my red letter.
I will refer to your red letter agenda because I don't think you got a motion handout tonight, so I think the motions are in there.
I've got the motions. I was just trying to figure out if there's anything else I need to do. Does any party believe there's new evidence presented tonight to continue this?
No.
Nope. Okay. We'll now begin the deliberative phase of the hearing. Council members have comments or questions? Or
I have a question.
Sure.
It has to do with liability. Let's just hypothetically say millennials see the light and they get cars, you know. What happens if there's not enough room? Is there a liability to the town? That's the question. Or is it something that the market will bear and they've got to figure it out themselves?
If people say, I don't want to rent there because.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't park, my friends can't.
I mean, if it's a market decision.
I'm going to refer to my attorney, but I believe it is a market decision. I mean, they have made the choice to request the reduction, so if in the future there's no longer adequate, people won't rent there.
Yeah, so they're the ones, in a sense, taking the risk.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's my question.
Is this the time for? I know. Is this the time to ask additional questions?
Yeah, we're doing questions. I'll get to the motions in a minute.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. Can the connectivity that was discussed, is that on the back end? So if I live in building 1 or 2 and I want to get to Whole Foods, how do I get there? Because if I don't have a car, how do I get there?
I'm typing too fast. There will be sidewalk along Highcroft Drive. The Nancy Branch buffer, which is one of the extra wide buffers envisioned by the Alston plan, separates the apartment buildings from Alston Town Center. It's also the rear end of Alston Town Center. So if I were living in these buildings and wanted to walk to Alston Town Center, I would either walk up the internal street and across the front of the retail parcel along NC55, because they're being developed.
Not doing that, okay.
Not along NC55, through the parking lot along the front of the grocery store.
That's attractive, yeah.
It's a very nice pedestrian plaza in front of Lidl.
The parking lot.
It's a very nice pedestrian plaza
Thank
along
you,
the front
Phil.
of Lidl. And then there's also a sidewalk. And actually, if you look at Highcroft Drive, there's a wooded area between this site plan and Highcroft Drive.
Mhm.
So there will be a sidewalk along that side of Highcroft Drive, adjacent to the woods. That's a leftover piece of property that was on the Alston Village parcel that was chopped off when they dedicated the right-of-way. So extra wide buffer on that side.
So use your cursor and show me, because I'm having a look. So you go up from building 1, so you're,
So you're going to walk out this way
and is that,
and up this nice wooded corridor.
so that's a greenway, that's a.
It's a sidewalk.
It's a sidewalk. So if I'm a commuter, I'm a cyclist, what's my safe route there?
If you're a cyclist, you should be in the street just like any other vehicle.
Just, got it.
I'm a cyclist, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Not with Cary drivers, I'm not. But if I'm.
Not on NC55.
Right, because you can't get there from NC55. So I'm a commuter. There's no way to ride your bike to RTP. There's no safe way. Right? You can't get there.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. So the plan for Highcroft is to dead end, and I mean, it's going to dead end. The plan for Highcroft is to go up to, what is that? Kit Creek? Green Love?
Green
Oh,
Love.
it goes to Green Love. It
Green
doesn't
Love
go up to Kit Creek. Doesn't go straight. So the reason I'm asking these questions is we're talking a lot, and I get that there's no development there yet, right? But we're talking about all these millennials not wanting to drive and everything, that they want to walk, they want to cycle, but there's no safe route unless they want to stay right there at Whole Foods, which I've seen millennials at Whole Foods, they stay there a long time. But except for that, they can't really get anywhere until development comes, and there's no route along 55 because there's no sidewalk on 55. So there's no way for them to commute safely from this environment to RTP.
Sidewalk will be coming along 55 as development occurs.
There's no sidewalk
This is
there
just
now.
well, Alston Town Center just put in a section of sidewalk. The grocery store will extend
Right,
farther
but-
down, and it's going to connect at some point.
Yeah, in 30.
Have faith.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I see the value of that wooded area, you know, that nice, whatever that pedestrian is, but it's not very direct. I hope that the developer will make sure that that's a safe route, but the other route is definitely not appealing, having to walk through a parking lot to get through the grocery store. That's just not, I don't think that that's very appealing for anyone. And they're going to want to go to the closest grocery store. So, you know, obviously that when that comes, they'll go there. The other question I have is, and I'll just say it, this looks like Bradford, and Bradford's not my favorite development, but the color schemes associated with Bradford, you know, the beigeness, the fact that it looks very institutional, you know, it's just not in keeping with a lot of our architectural ordinance and guidelines, and it makes me very sad to see something that we at council have said multiple times we don't like, and here we have another, you know, institutional-like building that doesn't have a lot of difference in color. I don't know if that's a site plan issue, but those are the two concerns I have with it.
Other comments?
So, a question, when he ran, when he ran through the improvements from Kimley Horn, all these, I thought there were like 4 improvements. You only showed us 2, Kevin. Can you?
I can't type today.
What were the? I thought there were 4 improvements that I heard. I was trying to.
There are 3 improvements that are listed in the staff report that showed up in the traffic study.
Okay.
So there are 2 turn lane extensions at the intersection of NC 55 and McCrimmon Parkway. One of them being extending the northbound left turn lane on 55. The second being extending the eastbound left turn lane on McCrimmon as it approaches NC 55.
Okay.
And those are both being extended 175 feet for a total of 400 foot of storage.
Okay.
It also includes construction of a 100-foot southbound right turn lane into the site at the right in, right out off of NC 55.
Okay, that was to get to where, right past where they're putting the grocery store.
So right here.
In turn in. Okay.
Correct. There'll be a 100-foot right turn.
I'd love for him to point them out when he was rattling them off, all right? And then and that's the 3 things. They can provide 3 things.
Correct.
And then the 4th one was they're not going to deal because there wasn't much Carpenter Fire Station Road, less than 1%.
I believe that is what Mr. Llewellyn's
testimony. It's a long ways away. Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Okay.
I just have a general observation, and I know it does not pertain at all to the vote we're about to take, but say it since everybody else is saying things. When we put in this gigantic wide buffer on Nancy Branch, because isn't it wider than normal? Because this one of them that's like.
It is one of the wider buffers. It's a 200-foot corridor, but they're only required to provide 70% of that average, so it's works out to about 140 feet.
Okay, still a little bit.
A little wider than normal.
I really thought that we would be maximizing that corridor for people's enjoyment. And it really seems like all of these developments are kind of like shoving that natural area up there and concentrating all of its development away from it. I would have rather had this development flipped so these units were looking out over wooded area instead of the development that we're going to get on McCrimmon, which, you know, is, I don't know what it'll be, but it won't be woods for very long. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems like we would have maximized the use of that. Or, you know, when we approved the Alston plan, we looked at drawings that had the road running, like not a major road like Highcroft, but like a neighborhood street that is like kind of like, hey, it's our entrance into this little community and it runs along here and everybody gets to enjoy this natural space. And it's just sort of like nudged up there, like, don't pay attention to us, we're just some trees. Mm-hmm. You know? It kind of seems a little bit weird to me that we're doing that.
Yeah, they even put a BMP back by it at the.
If you would like, yeah. Mr. Tang could maybe explain some of the iterations they went through to design the site that way. There's definitely some topographical issues. There's a very large retaining wall that runs along that northern edge of the site to hold the site up, given the grade change.
Where's the retaining wall?
Along that green thing?
Oh, there's trees.
Right there.
Yeah. It runs all the way along there. There's a retaining wall here.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of topography on the back of that site.
Well, we're not voting on that, though. We're just voting on whether we want parking.
You're voting on the site plan as long as you can tie it to one of the approval criteria.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Other comments, questions? Should we move to the motions? I got one nod yes, so I'm moving to the motion.
Yeah, sure. Two nods.
So the first motion, first I have to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and then we'll start the motions. And I'll ask council first for a motion for annexation.
Make a motion to approve annexation 16A09.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I ask council for a motion on the request to reduce required parking.
Make a motion to approve the request for a 30% reduction in parking.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And finally, a motion on the development plan.
Is that a technical prepared one I have to read, or?
No.
No. Cool. Make a motion to approve development plan 16SP038. Second.
There's the motion and a second. Discussion.
I have a question. Looking at this, can you just go back to zoomed in view of this? So is this green with the lines, is that just showing like a 10-foot drop, 10-foot drop, 10-foot drop? Is that what those lines are there?
Which lines?
I'm sorry, you can't see my computer. I'm pointing. What? The right along the buffer there to the north of the retaining wall that you mentioned. Is that showing?
Those are showing trees that are in that constructed wetlands.
The lines and the
Keep
light.
going further north.
Further
The
north.
light green. Is that showing?
Yeah, those lines.
Those are just trees along the edge of the
line.
No, the black lines.
That's
Those
showing
topo
us-
lines.
Those are topo lines. And
yes, the black lines are.
That's showing like a 10-foot drop per.
That's
line?
they're 1 foot lines.
Oh.
So 5 foot burn.
Oh, okay.
5 foot on this side, and then it goes down. That's the impoundment.
Okay. All right. So, and there's no greenway that runs along Nancy Branch in there.
Not on this side. It stops at Highcroft, turns and runs south to the school.
Okay.
So it turns into a street side trail and runs south
I
down
see.
to McCrimmon.
Okay. All right. That answers my question. Is that retaining wall? How high is that retaining wall?
Ed, do you know off the top of your head?
It will vary. I think the highest point, if I recall right, is about 10 feet. Somewhere in the middle of that picture, that's the tallest point because the topo drops about 30 to 35 feet from the bottom of that screen up to Nancy Branch. So that's in that short distance, that's how much fall we got. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Technically, show for the record that you reopened
The public comment
Public
portion.
comment
Right.
portion.
Even though it's a discussion part of the
Right,
motion. Yeah. So, any other public comments before we close that and continue with the motion? Okay, we'll close the public comment again and go back to the motion. We have a motion on the table to approve the development plan, and we had a second, and we had some discussion, further discussion. All in favor of the development plan, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. So if everything's in order, Ms. Silverstein, I'll close the public hearing. All right, I'll close the public hearing. And we don't have any other items in closed session, do we? Or do we?
We do.
We do? All right. Motion to go into closed session.
That's Lori, but
Ms. Bush, go into closed session?
you want to go into?
No, we're
closed-
not doing closed session.
I heard we are. Yes, we are.
We are.
We are?
We still have to go into closed session.
Okay, so, thank you. Pursuant to GS 11A6, I move that we hold a closed session to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of one or more individuals, prospective public officers or employees, and to prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential by GS 143-318-10E.
Second.
There's a motion, a second, discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? By lack of voices, they're all affirmative votes. Motion carries unanimous.
Let's discuss.
You can vote no, I'm voting no.
We'll reconvene our council meeting, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.